PUBG MOBILE World Invitational is powered by Gamers Without Borders and is brought to you by OnePlus, the official smartphone provider, Nemo TV, the official streaming platform, and STC, the official playout sponsor. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to get underway here with our final day of PUBG Mobile action here at Gamers Without Borders. We're going to find out which team is going to be taking home $250,000 for the charity of their choice. So many teams fighting tooth and nail to become one of the best in the world and obviously to support the charities that they choose, but only one can do it with the $250,000. I'm Jason Kaplan. I'm still your host. Luckily, I've not been fired just yet, and I have something special to show you guys. You remember something that happened back in December of January this year? It's a little thing, you might recognize it, called the PUBG Mobile Global Championship. Well, luckily for you, we have James, the Global Director of Esports for PUBG Mobile, to describe to us what's happening this year at PMGC. So take a listen in, get excited, and we'll be back shortly here with the kickoff of our final day.
Hello, PUBG Mobile fans in the world. I'm James Yang, charged for PUBG Mobile Global Esports. Today is the last day of PUBG Mobile World Invitational 2021. This thrilling global event is near to be ended. However, the biggest event in PUBG Mobile Esports is upcoming. Here I announce PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2021. Wow! Like Season 0, there is a league part and finals part. League will be held in November to December 2021, and the finals will be held in January 2022. Every PMPL will send the best team to PMGC directly by the total points of 2 seasons, including PMPL League points and finals point. Also, PMPL regional championships such as PMPL EMEA Championship or PMPL Southeast Asia Championship in second half year will promote the top teams to PMGC. Even the team was not in PMPL last season, but they can still join PMGC if they show the great performance in upcoming regional championship. Detailed information about the number of slots and schedules will be announced later. Finally, this is a really big news. The total prize pool of PMGC 2021 is, wow, $6 million US dollars. This is the biggest amount of prize pool ever for one single event in mobile esports history. Even bigger than our total prize pool last year. I cannot wait to see which team will take the crown of PMGC 2021. You already have a team in your mind? Please keep on watching them, supporting them in PMPLs and championships. Don't forget, PMCO 2021 first splits start right away. And more importantly, let's see together who will be the winner of PMWI 2021. Thank you.
Yeah, $6 million for that event alone. The funny thing is, there was $5 million in total for PUBG Mobile Esports last year. That includes every event. This year, from just one event alone, players can make more just from that. That's ridiculous to me. That is insane to see. And it's so great to have some information about how PMGC is going to work this year. We got some of the dates coming in November to December for the league stage. We got the finals coming up in January. 7, Frost, I got to introduce you guys because I can tell you're here ready to talk about it. Exciting stuff, 7, man. I'm hyped.
Dude, $6 million for one event. I remember when we used to do events when they were like just $10K as a prize pool. James and the team has definitely come a long way. I'm excited. I cannot wait. Can it be November, December already, and also January right after so we can go straight into the finals? $6 million. Woo! I know a lot of people are going to come back from retirement.
It's going to be nerve-wracking. Like, can you imagine the nerves on the players when they're going to be playing there, having to know that that's the prize pool they're playing for? Like, ooh, I don't even want to imagine that. I've been in kind of the same situation, but not really, not even close. And no. That's going to be so rough on them.
Yeah, I know, 7, I'm with you. He's doing the subtle flex there. Very humble guy. Yeah, I played for $6 million before. Well, clearly it didn't work out because now you're just an analyst. But anyways, moving on into this event, we have $6 million coming for PMGC, but let's take a look at how the teams can win money here for charity in this event. We got $250,000 on the line for first place. It's a $3 million event in total, all the proceeds going over to charity. And at the end of the day, one team walking away for $250,000 for a charity. It's great to see. I cannot wait to see which team's going to end up being that one. But we also, Frost, have a $5,000 MVP prize, something that you haven't been able to accomplish, right? An MVP?
I got an MVP. Don't you have one?
I've never lost an esport event in my life, actually. Any official matches?
you got some MVPs too, I guess, and in your backpack. I mean, it's good.
Well, you can see how your donations do help. For instance, with UNICEF, $1 million can enable over 270,000 people to be vaccinated with 2 doses. That is phenomenal, and hopefully we do have a lot of the money go into the people that need it as well, because we don't want to leave anyone behind when it comes to vaccinating the world. But guys, I'm getting hyped up. I'm getting ready to go. The East Conference has finished off. We had Valdez taking home, I'm sorry, spoilers, probably should have said that first, a $250K prize. We had Martin taking home the MVP. I can't wait to see what it's going to be here, because we've had so many teams stepping up these last few days, and we'll see which battlegrounds they'll be playing on at what times. Just to remind you guys at home, for the last 3 days, if you've been watching any of those days of action, well, you're probably going to recognize this. We got Erangel, Sandhawk, Erangel, Miramar, and Erangel. Once again, 3 times Erangel, 1 time Sandhawk, and 1 times Miramar. This is, for me, the perfect way to end off the day here, Frost.
I mean, it's always the perfect way to start and end it off with an Erangel, right? And then we, of course, have an Erangel in the middle as well. But also, on top of that, having a Sandhawk and Miramar, a little bit of wildcard maps, but we've seen some of the teams performing really good on those.
Yeah, over in the East Conference 7, we've had Valdez just every time on Sandhawk performing so well. I wonder if we can have any sort of consistency when it comes to this today. And we'll take a look at the overall standings and let you start things off here, 7. Look at the #1 team, and currently the lead they're in over every other team. There is a little bit of a gap forming in some of the teams, but who knows what's going to happen today.
There is. I mean, when we just look at the top 3, they're currently starting to make a gap with that #4. And Nextria Gaming has been performing well, too. So I'm going to say it can be anybody's game up to, I think, maybe 5th place. I want to give Canada a chance there in 19 Esports. But let's just go from the top. Kunina Power currently being able to get 182 points. And currently the team that's been able to frag out more with 85 kill points. RTG Esports, we saw the performance they were able to have yesterday. If I'm not mistaken, I think you say they ended up having like a 100-day point, which by far exceeded what everybody else has done so far this tournament in a single day. We have Alpha 7 Esports, which, hey, to my delight, we saw some of the other players finally starting to step up, players that we expected them to be here. Carrillo finally being able to get some kills, at least more than 3 kills in a day. That was huge to see. And then we have Nextria Gaming, 158 points. As I mentioned here, it kind of starts dropping off a little bit, but they still have a chance to go for that #1 spot. In 90s Esports, you know what? Now looking at the how far back the gap is here, I don't know if they're going to have a chance for that first place, Ross.
I mean, it's going to be rough, but it's still possible. We saw some incredible performance from some of the teams yesterday, being able to grab up to 100 points, but it was so top-heavy yesterday. That's what we're seeing, the top 3 right now running away a little bit, but anything could still happen. We still have 5 games, and don't forget that we have the daily prize pool as well, so everybody is playing with clean slates, sort of, for that kind of daily prize pool, but we're talking about the big prize pool, right? The overall, the 250K, that's what you want to win. That's the pride. That's the biggest pride, to be winning, being #1. Now, going down here to 9 to 16, we have a few teams that we did not expect to see down here, but at the same time, again, it's not over yet. There's still a few teams here. You can see that they've won themselves a few chicken dinners. Guns Esports, Clash, Team Queso, Team Onyx, they've got themselves a chicken dinner, and it always feels good to at least grab yourself a chicken dinner with you, no matter what results you're going to leave the tournament with.
Yeah, I mean, we also have a battle right here on the second page. Some of these teams want to be able to gain some spots so they can send out more money to charity. So I wouldn't be surprised if some of these teams, like Team Queso, I know we were kind of talking about that yesterday, try to push up, at least get within those top 8 to secure more money for their charities. And same with Ghost Gaming. I've been talking to a lot of people, and they were saying, yeah, we weren't really expecting them to perform like that here. And I'm pretty sure they want to go ahead and leave a nice taste on their fans' mouth by having a great final day.
Yeah,
Jason.
it is unfortunate times for Ghost. I feel like every time I root for, whether it's Cloud9 or Tempo, they always seem to. I feel like maybe I'm the curse for them when it comes to North American PUBG Mobile. But who knows what's going to happen today? I can't take away that title from Frost just yet. But you guys mentioned earlier on, you mentioned about each day teams are winning money for charity, and it's 80,000 for first place at the end of the day in terms of just the points they've gotten. And I believe we have a nice little thing to show you to give you an idea who has actually won out on each of those days and how many points they have accumulated across the board on those individual days. I think it was RTG with about 100-ish, but we're going to find out here in just a second. And then that way, I don't need to predict or guess what the points are going to be. We can just read them off our screens. But either way, 80K, first place at the end of the day. Even if you're a team right now who's not in contention for that 250 grand today, maybe just have a massive day today and you get extra 80K going your way. That's 80 plus the 15K you've already won from being at the lowest rung of our earnings.
And you can see Destiny, of course, day 1, they got themselves 66 points, only 1 chicken dinner. Day 2, we had Kunina Power with 67 points and 1 chicken dinner. Kind of the similar performance. But yesterday, what we saw from Road to Glory, 2 chicken dinners and 100 points in one day. That is just overwhelming. It's so impressive to see, because right now we're talking about in day 3, day 4, that's when you know all the other teams so well. You've been playing against them for 2 days already, and you already know exactly what they're gonna do. You need to know how to counter them, and that's what we saw from Road to Glory yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, I think yesterday the only bad match that they ended up having was the last Erangel, and that was a 7th place. Besides that, they were just top 4 throughout the whole day, being able to secure 2 chicken dinners. And if I'm not mistaken, I think that was the first team to be able to secure 2 chicken dinners in one day, at least here on the West. So RTG, I'm going to be looking out how they're going to be coming out. Can they carry that momentum from yesterday here into today? And if they are able to, it's going to be an amazing battle with Kunina Power at the top.
Well, I think the question maybe comes into which maps were they performing the best on if they can get that momentum going forward. And we actually do have pretty much our top 3 teams looking at head-to-head when it comes to just the specific maps in particular. So start things off by looking at Erangel and take a look at Kunina Power, Alpha 7, and RTG and how they performed so far. Remember, they play this map 3 times every single day. And we can see here Kunina Power leading the charge at the moment pretty much across the board.
Yeah, they're leading with everything. The average damage, average kills, and average survival time. It's so important to be good on Erangel because we're playing that one so much more than Sanhok and Miramar. 3 games of Erangel every day. We got 1 Miramar, 1 Sanhok, and Kunina Power being able to perform up here. That's why we see them on the #1 spot right now. But also, of course, Alpha 7 and Road to Glory, they're still doing really good here. And that's why we're also seeing them on the top 3. And they've been kind of running away from the rest of the pack on the leaderboard right now. But we still have 3 more Erangel games to go. So, and if we could swap up here, we could see Road to Glory maybe doing even better. We could see another team maybe coming in here and doing some crazy performance here today as well.
And something to keep in mind, especially here in Erangel, is that all 3 of these teams actually have 2 wins in Erangel, which that's just impressive. Even though their numbers might be a little bit different, all 3 of them have been able to secure at least 2 chicken dinners in Erangel alone. So I wouldn't be surprised if we end up seeing some of these teams at the top today, on at least on one of our matches from Erangel.
Well, then let's go straight into Sanhok then. Let's take a look at how these 3 teams do match up against each other when it comes to the moist and humid map of Sanhok. And again, it's only played once, but I'm curious to see if there is any consistencies across the teams when it comes to performing on this Battlegrounds. And well, we do see Alpha 7 at the moment currently leading the charge in that when it comes to damage. But RTG, surprised to see, with almost half the damage done for us, they have more kills.
Yeah, and it's all about those impact damage and impact kills, knowing exactly when to strike and how to strike it. We saw some great rotation from Road to Glory yesterday. Remember when they were playing in Ruins there, how they got themselves in there, playing basically in the blue outside the circle for 3 circles, 3 phases before they entered it. And then they just completely wiped out Shivas and took over the whole map, had so much control. And you know what? They're like, hey, this is easy. Even if we don't win the game, you know, we're just going to make sure that we grab so many points that we're just going to be one of the best teams here.
And I mean, the survival time, 23 minutes, that is huge because remember, if you're towards the final of the match, that's when you can actually start securing big placement points. So for them to be able to do that, that's going to be huge. And something to keep in mind here is that none of these teams has actually won in Sanhok. None of the actually, I think, top 5 teams have won in Sanhok. It's usually a very random team. Yesterday, we saw Rod being able to secure that chicken dinner. So today, I'm looking forward to seeing which random team is going to step up. And to be fair, though, we have gotten some crazy zones in Sanhok.
Yeah. crazy zones, some crazy play, and maybe some crazy winners as well, as you were just mentioning before. But let's go into our final battleground here of comparison between these three teams with Miramar next. Again, only played out once, but sometimes all you really need is that one really good game. It depends on how you do. It depends on how badly or how well other teams play. And we're going to see Alpha 7 again, most damage, but as you've been saying so many times here, 7, Alpha, they are so aggressive, and at least this time they're able to back it up with the kills.
They definitely have, and I mean, we were kind of seeing it, started to see it yesterday, but it's been Mafias, it's been Cinetexa, and now it's been Carrillo as well. This is a team that we know can be aggressive. This is a team that I personally usually expect them to have the most damage if we're comparing them to any other team. Something that I do want to keep in mind here is RTG. RTG is the only team out of these three teams that has actually been able to secure a chicken dinner in Miramar, and I feel like that's going to be huge, because today it's going to come down to which one out of these three teams can actually secure more chicken dinners, whether it's on Sandhawk or whether it's here on Miramar. Something to keep in mind too is Kanina Power, even though they have been kind of quiet in regards to average damage, in regards to average kills, they're currently below the other two. They have been able to survive a long time, and those placement points can become really, really clutch, especially towards the end. I mean, Jason, and I'm pretty sure Frost, you guys seen this over and over again. We have seen finishes where teams are only separated by literally 1 point.
Oh yeah, we've seen that so many times before. But one thing to keep in mind is that both Kanina Power and Alpha 7 has been pretty decent on all three of the Miramar games, while Road to Glory, they bombed out in the first and the second game we had on Miramar. It was first time yesterday when they got that win with 16 kills, but that game, they played flawlessly, and that's what you want to see, that they learned from the mistakes they did in Game 1 and Game 2 of Miramar. Coming into Game 3, they knew exactly what the game strategy was. They knew exactly what they needed to do to win it out, and that's exactly what they did, and I'm expecting them to do it again today.
I mean, it's going to be rough for all these teams. It's 3 points separating Kanina Power from RTG. It's 9 points separating RTG from Alpha 7. And as you said before, 7, it could come down to that 1 point many times here. So I feel like if you're one of those teams that comes out the gate swinging, if you're Kanina Power, you have like a 25, 30-point game, match number 1. You put so much pressure on these other two teams then to perform. But there's still so much pressure happening across the board here. I mean, yes, we have our top 3 separated by about 12 points, but then we still have Nexria Gaming at 158. We also got 19 Esports, who, funny enough, they were looking really solid to take top 3, if maybe potentially even not the first place. But yesterday, they had such a rough day. Their best was a 4th place, or I guess technically a 2nd place finish, but the most kills they had in a single match was 5. They struggled really badly, and hopefully their consistency can come back into form here in this final day. But I think it's almost time to get ready for our commentators. So before we go into this, I'm going to force you two to do a prediction yet again. But it's not about the match. It's about the day. Who do you think is going to come out on top at the very end of our 5 matches today? Start with you, 7, because Frost, I want to give you the chance to maybe Price is Right him and curse him too.
You know what? I've been with this team throughout the whole, and I think throughout the whole tournament, and I think it'll be mean of me to go up against them. I'm going to still pick Alpha 7. I feel like the players that needed to wake up are finally starting to wake up. They have the fragging power. They show that they can get chicken dinners too. So Alpha 7 is going to be the one that's going to be number 1 at the end of the day.
By the end of the day, I'm thinking Kanina Power is going to be the one who wins today. Actually, because what we've seen from them is just pure consistency throughout all of the days, and that's what I'm expecting from them. Nothing less than that in the last day here.
Oh no, that's
the
who I was
viewers. Kanina Power is probably gonna get. Jason, I was gonna say for the viewers, Kanina Power is probably gonna now get 16th place here on this first Erangel.
Well, you see exactly where to send a message to Frost if that happens, but hopefully it's all good messages, and how happy to see him here on the show. Just like I'm going to be happy to see our 2 commentators in to join us for our first match of our final day. Let's get rid of you two and bring in Mustache David and Viram here for the first time of the day. Gentlemen, it's time to get things started. It's time to find out who's taking home the 250 grand.
Thanks so much, Jason. We're getting into it here, the 4th and final day of the PUBG Mobile World Invitational, powered by Gamers Without Borders. Dave, it has been an absolute blast from start to finish, donating money to charity. Who's your prediction to walk away with the whole thing today?
Yeah, that's exactly. I love the question. I think the real winners here today are those in need of those vaccines, right? Gamers Without Borders providing those charities. I think that is the real takeaway here today. And of course, we get to witness some amazing PUBG Mobile action. Talking about PUBG Mobile action, Paul, Game 1, the final day. Let's get into it.
let's get this going. Looking like a pretty nice plane path as well. Don't expect there to be too many issues with teams getting to where they need to go. We'll once again go back to that Battle of Pachinki just because it's always fun to watch, but not going to have, I think, a huge impact on the standings here today. Neither Guns nor Ghost, I think, had the weekend they were hoping for here, only separated by a single point. But I think the story after all this for those two teams is which one will come out on top.
As of right now, I believe the tally is a 1-1. I think it's dead even when it comes to the kings of Pachinki, and we saw it all happen yesterday. We saw, I believe, game 1, Ghost, they came out on top. Game 5, Guns came out on top, and when I say coming out on top, I mean you get the 4 kills, right? But you only have a solo alive, so are you really coming out on top? Maybe that's up for debate, but today, 3 more aerial matches. They got a lot of games to kind of settle that score.
They do indeed. We'll definitely be keeping an eye on that. And of course, an eye on those teams up there at the top. The top 3 in particular. But Nextria Gaming is definitely still in the mix. And even, I think, theoretically, if 19E had one of the biggest days of their lives, they could potentially change things up here. And I did see some chatter in the chat as well yesterday when I was watching things back from Carnage. Looks like this might actually be the longer form 19 esports roster, so we'll keep an eye on that as we're keeping an eye on the fight breaking out as Ghost Gaming drawing first blood. Dave, that's exactly what they're going for.
Already see HH with the double barrel shotgun. That thing is just a slug or up close and personal. Specs swapping on over. Picking up the Uzi. Hamudi on the outskirts, already chunked down pretty low, but guess what? Hamudi's got a grenade. Has something to say to Spec. Spec in that reload. Hamudi repositioning, almost losing their life, but look at this. Spec hot on the case, caught off guard by Freak.
He got baited in. Beautiful team play from Guns to trade this one back, but Ghost still having the advantage here, and they are now well and truly pissed. Hamudi is going to get pinched, assuming he gets found. Does have the shotgun, though. Going to go around the corner. The revival come through on the outside as well. Oh, Hamudi not quite able to find the shot, but the revive did end up coming out, which means there's 2 more players they've got to work their way through, but they do get spotted on the outside. Freak is going to drop Bale with no HP. Bale, a huge misstep.
2v2, but in this situation, Ghost have the health. They got the health. They're dealing with that one. But let's see, though. Jumping out. HH! There we go. Double barrel to the dome to seal the deal. That was getting awfully close. Coming down to HH. Tenso was traded in the process, but they will be able to get those pickups. Losing 1, but gaining 4 points. And once again, making that score 2-1. For that Pachinki fight.
I didn't realize, we're just a casual team deathmatch here. Just a pure 4v4, old school arena shooter in PUBG Mobile. Watching these 2 teams fight at the beginning of every single one of these airing gals has made this so much more entertaining. I'm going to be honest. Oftentimes we see, slower early games on this map. We sometimes don't even see a kill till the 12, 15-minute mark. But getting these 2 teams battling it out every single time is just an absolute blast.
It always gives you something to look forward to on Aragal. Get that popcorn ready, put that butter on there, get your favorite beverage, and just sit back, relax. And you know that the first 3 minutes of every Aragal match, there's going to be something. There's going to be something. So 2 more games to go when we look at the map of Aragal. Right now, as we said, the score 2-1 for that Pachinki fight. But that was that. That was that. Ghost. That's what they needed, though. We were kind of theory crafting yesterday. I believe you brought up a great point that if they could do this on the remainder of the Aragal games, they have the potential to really make a climb on that overall leaderboard.
Yeah, it was something like an additional 24 points over 2 days, assuming they won it every single time. And then that's on top of whatever score they get. Of course, losing 1 player may reduce their chances of getting that much further into the late games. There's obviously a trade-off there. It's not just a pure additive, but at the same time, it's still something interesting to note. Taking these early fights, if you feel confident that you can take them, can add a lot to that overall scoreline. As we see teams rotating up now, he has Naya dead center of this next circle. Chivas, who started off so hot on that day number 1 on Arangel, slowed down a little bit, Dave.
Yeah, Chivas, such an interesting kind of play styles we've been seeing from that squad in particular. representing Mexico, because I was trying to look at the numbers, look at those stats, and if I'm not mistaken, they're like the second behind RTG when we're looking at teams who survive in the blue and travel. So they got like two completely different play styles that they really have been implementing here. They've been playing that center a lot. They've been playing that edge a lot. And I believe it's just depending on where the circles go, of course, and the planes drop them. But Chivas, like you said, dead center. Yes, Naya, they got the city all to themselves right now. And we saw yesterday, didn't game one, yes, Naya finish? Yeah, so if they could get that here today, Chivas looking pretty good already.
That would be solid for them. They're sort of just outside of that range of what we would consider possible to make it into that #1 spot. But top 3, I mean, look, we had a team put up 100 points yesterday. Nothing is impossible. As we're taking a look at 2 more teams we've had our eyes on in Clash, and Team Queso off in the distance. Team Queso, I think, not having the performance they were looking for this weekend. But Clash, a team that I didn't know a ton about coming into this, have performed pretty solid overall.
Coming out hot from France, and they have been doing some work. And I know yesterday we were kind of joking a little bit. Team Queso, they're like just YOLO sending it compound after compound, and it really didn't work out yesterday, right? But with the recent news we saw today, $6 million coming at the end of the year, or the beginning of the year, I guess you could say, for PMGC. For me, obviously, it's a huge day for charities, right? That's the main focus here today. But when we're talking about teams in particular, I'm looking at it like they're walking away from this with experience and knowledge on that global scale that will definitely help prepare them for those PMGC games.
I'm glad you talked about that, Dave, because it's so important as we're seeing a potential scrap breakout here. Stebby may end up getting, will certainly end up getting knocked. As Marshall with that Scar, able to line it all up. RTG in a pretty good spot. This is where they like to sit here on this map when they're unsure of whether this circle is going to shift north or south of the river. And they're doing a great job of being able to catch out some of these teams on the rotation. UDR Killers, of course, having this compound to work with. RTG opting for more of the soft cover and, frankly, a little bit more ease of use on this hilltop. Gives them a lot more options when it comes to repositioning.
Yeah, and you know, kind of just doubling back to that experience and knowledge that all these teams are gaining here today. RTG, they have been super consistent with just showing up to late game with the entire squad alive. Like, prime example, I talked to a lot of people, a lot of players, and one thing that they're always telling me that they want to work on is just surviving for that late game. Like, that's like, if I had to rank it, that's like the top three thing that teams definitely try to work on every single tournament. RTG, they got that box checked off.
It's incredible. I mean, we always talk about it. Oh, Acer, he's fine. We always talk about how, your chances of winning the game increase exponentially if you've got all 4 players there. But there's no better practical example than this. And you talk about experience. It's not only the experience of competing up against other good teams. It's not only the experience of being able to experience the metas from different regions, but it's also the fact that we, the fans, get to see all these different teams competing when we normally wouldn't get to. So it's a win for us, it's a win for the players, and it's a win for these charities that we're donating to. So it's absolutely fantastic. Just seeing the circle continue to shift towards the east, Dave. These teams that are in their cars, they got to keep on driving.
And this circle going to be a win for Shiva, still in Yasnaya, while other squads, Destiny, Alpha, Godsent, all going to be rotating up there towards the north. We've seen Alpha very comfortable with zones like this. We've seen them before kind of rotate into that Stalber area. Fortunate for them, there's a crate waiting for them. And on the complete opposite ends, I guess Team Onyx, we've also seen this all 3 days. Extremely comfortable rotating in late from the blue. So it's gonna be an interesting game one.
And I think it's interesting because RTG have shown they can do both of these kind of strategies. We've seen them do the long loot out in the blue, come in late. We've also seen them push in an early set. The fact that they can do both, I think, is super impressive. If you're watching, like, how do we execute on some of these different strats, definitely something to look towards here. But I also have to talk about Kunita Power. They're another squad that has been really, really impressive. Just a great all-rounder. Definitely keeping an eye on them on this rotation as they come up from the south as well as the Yasnaya. Dave, you talked about it, how it was empty. Not empty anymore.
Not anymore. And Konina Power, they got 2 players in the top 5 when we're looking at kills and damage. Bashe, around 5K total damage. Nomi, almost 6K total damage out of all 15 games. So we're talking some powerhouse players. Konina Power, they got it. They got it.
Quickly pulling up a calculator. Let's do some math. Oh, that's 400 damage points a game.
Easy.
No big deal.
Easy.
Okay. Oh my goodness. That is 4 kill. That is 4 people. Oh my. Okay. Well, that's kind of scary good, Dave, if I'm being honest. That's absolutely. How do you, if you're another one of the teams in the lobby, how do you contend with that? Do you just avoid fighting them at all costs? Or do you just try and put yourself in such a good positional advantage that you can just try and double team and take the win?
Well, if we're talking numbers still, the only team, looking at the numbers that can really contest that will be Alpha 7, because they also have 2 players when we look at the top 5 killers, top 5 damage. So if those 2 teams could constantly clash with each other, that'll open up the scoreboard for the rest of the lobby. But we don't tend to see that because we see Alpha, they like to play edge, and Konina Power kind of like to play that off center. So that chance, pretty low.
Yeah, it's not like 19 Esports and Ghost that seem to run into each other every chance they get. But speaking of Konina Power,
got him.
Okay, got him. Delhop is down. Rahad has been another one of these teams that, my goodness, they have really showed up. Had some pop-off moments. I think Rahad's issue is consistency of anything here. They've had some really, really impressive games, some really impressive moments, but unfortunately, situations like this where players get caught out has made it so that they're not able to chain these together game over game.
Yeah, coming into these games representing Egypt, and they're that mid-pack, but I agree with you. We've seen a lot of times, especially early game, their rotations, they always lose one member. And that always, it's hard to watch because that sets you back so far when we looked at mid to late game. Just that extra player on the squad. It could be a fragger, it could be a support player just gathering intel. Like, it's so crucial if you're really searching for these chicken dinners. And fortunate for them, they will get the next circle. They are on the edge, but they're looking to reposition.
And it's such a, it comes back to that Sandhawk game. They had all 4 players alive in that compound. It came down to Munir, that last player on the flank, able to get the chicken dinner for them. That last player makes such a difference. That's why we're going to keep harping on it today as we get down towards the end, watching these top teams, seeing if they can keep all these players alive, because that is going to make all the difference if they are going to be our champions here. So taking a look at Destiny as well. Destiny, they are one of these teams. They're in 6th place. Like, they're doing well. But my goodness, that day 1 performance, Dave, if they could repeat that here, oh boy, what a way to finish out the tournament.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people kind of set them high on that pedestal because of their day 1 performance. Like, they were just dominating. And then since that point in time, they've just slowly been just slipping down that leaderboard. But they're still within reach, 6th place, 5 games to go here today. They could do it. They could definitely claim back some more spots, some more cash money for their desired charity. And today's the day. They're going to be awfully close to Alpha. But a lot of teams right now, the main focus, this southern part of the map. A lot of teams all stacked on top of each other here.
Are indeed. Wow, Locanos are a literal firing line. What is that? All just lined right up, DP in hand. So we can see another fight breaking out. Of course it is North America, 19 Esports and Ghost Gaming. Sam drops. HH24 is going to join them, but the question is, can they get the revive? Xenox is really high up, and Tensa will be able to stick this. It started as a 3v4, now equaled out to a 3v3. Does 19 Esports want to take this? That is the question. They are dead center, Dave. If they are able to win this fight, this would be a huge power position for them.
That's a fact, and they do have 2 members up there on the high ground who will be able to kind of peek over there, but we'll get back to that. RTG making a pull-up on Shivas.
Interesting play here from RTG. Nice nade coming in, though not quite going to connect. As RTG getting down Fran early. That's a huge deal here for Chivas. Fran is always the last one standing for the squad. Incredible fragger. They're going to have to work without them here. So we can see Senke on the outside, not wanting to overextend though. Can hear the footsteps, can hear the rotations. The nades come in, trying to leverage these angles as Chivas trying to take this back into 2v4.
Yeah, Jacup, I was looking at the stats. Jacup died the most from grenades out of the entirety of this event, so hopefully that's not going to be the case here as Jacup's trying to toss out some grenades. Nitto on the roof, kind of baiting this one out. Jacup definitely has the potential to play spoiler here in this situation.
Oh, but taking some damage from a grenade, but doing some as well. Carry Boy is going to fall. Nito's going to try and confirm this. El Chapo is here, holding the angle. It is being primed. How well is it going to be cut? Oh, no! The pop-out! Absolutely huge play from Chapo. The footsteps baited him. Wasn't sure where he was going to be. Now Jacup's got to play a completely different game, Dave. It's not about getting revenge. It's not about trying to level the score. It's about trying to survive.
What do you expect? It's El Chapo, you know, just popping around that corner. Can't expect it. And Jacup able to pop into the vehicle and just send it. Just send it because the next zone does go up. Team Onyx up there clashing with Alpha in the north. Team Queso still kind of pinned down for the time being between Loca Nostra, Konina Power, and Rahad.
We're seeing Daddy going on that off angle. Zero surprise there. You can see him. You can see him. There you go, Alicia. Finding the angle onto that Team Queso player. Both of these teams are incredibly split, Dave. This isn't as much a team fight as it is a bar fight. This is a scrap.
It's, hey, good luck out there. Try to survive. We'll see you in the next zone. And if you can, get some kill points underneath your belt. Will trying to toss these grenades, trying to take out Nitsu. We've seen in the past, Nitsu, one of those players from the squad that can clutch it out, but currently stuck in the bathroom. Pre-fires through that doorway. One grenade. That could be it. There we go. Loca Nostra taking out the duo right here from Team Queso.
Nice little play there. And Ayala is now the last one standing. Looking down at the remains of where his team once stood. This is the action we were looking for. Is up north. Onyx is getting into a bit of a scrap as well, as Alpha 7 is looking to take over the entire northern part of the circle. 19E still fighting it out in the mid, but Konina Power getting caught out. Gonzo, a big misplay there from him, getting into the vehicle. And on that slope, Dave, that acceleration is not going super fast. RTG catch them out here. This could be huge. These are the teams up at the top.
Yeah, we saw this multiple times yesterday. Like, just players getting unlucky vehicle rotations up the hill, getting stuck. So RTG out there in the blue, all popping in their vehicles. Konina Power doing the same thing, but Ayala looking for that revenge play right now. Danny, cooking it. You need to toss it eventually, Danny. Oh, he tossed it right in time. Team Queso, done and dusted.
World's deadliest game of hot potato. Oh my goodness. Danny, nerves of steel on that one. A little bit of style points as we are seeing RTG. Marshall going down to the play zone as well. That's a big deal. Konina Power actually doing a great job of fighting back. They were able to rotate on up, taking additional fights. RTG opted going around. Both of these top teams still in play right here. I was expecting maybe a bit more of a fight from them, but both opting to reposition as Loca Nostra's the next one up on the menu for Nomi, going around with the UMP and just making it look easy.
I'm looking at this. Fashe coming into today, the top kill leader in the lobby. Nomi not too far behind that. Nomi, you can tell Nomi wants to even that with their squad mate over here and maybe take that position from them, as Fashe was tagged out there in the process. RTG still alive, using these smokes for the time being, but they got bigger fish to fry, aka Destiny.
Destiny up there on the high ground, a big piece of positional advantage for them. RTG not in a great spot here on the edge. These teams don't mind playing it at this point, just the way this terrain all works. We've got these ruins in the center. The teams are starting to, or ruins in the north, I should say, not centered up. It's centered up on 19 Esports, still getting that day 4 circle luck. We'll see what they're able to make of it, as now every single squad has got to try and make this pile in, Dave. This is going to be chaotic.
Yeah, it's going to be Onyx and Clash up here just trying to take each other out so that they don't get backstabbed on their reapproach to the next circle shift. Alpha, they were here. They saw the circle shift. They're like, see you guys later. We'll catch you in the zone. We'll gatekeep you for sure. Let you guys fight for these scraps out here, as like Clash already losing one in the process. They're going to be popping their vehicles, looking to make a play, but Destiny down the hill. It's going to be a challenge.
Destiny doing a good job of gatekeeping a lot of these teams on the eastern side, but Clash coming in from the north could disrupt this a little bit, as Konina Power is making the final send with their last 2 players. I believe it's only 2 still for them. And honestly, no real surprise here, Dave. I always feel like Konina Power They find themselves with 2 players, but it literally doesn't make a difference. They are just as terrifying with 2, it seems like, as they are with 4. Taking shots towards RTG now. Getting a kill here would be absolutely massive. Chopo goes down. Oh no, completely caught out. Completely evening the playing field. This is massive. And just like that, RTG are down and out.
And that's definitely like one of the pros if you are a Konina Power fan. They make just as much noise as a duo as they would with the squad. Like, they're always posturing out, making sure to take shots, making sure that nobody pushes on them for free. You love to see it from Konina Power. And talking about that, they picked up Fashe. Fashe still clocking in, putting in the work, getting those knocks.
They said, Dave, 3 points is not nearly enough. We need a much bigger lead than this. We need to decide where this charity money is going. And you love to see it here as this duo is continuing to be a threat on this southeast side of the circle. But there's still quite a few teams left up and alive. And it's not done yet by any means. Mafios looking to get involved as well. Got that bolty to try and do some work.
Press too, so that thing is ultra silent. Destiny kind of get pinned down by, we saw Konina Power and also Alpha, so maybe it's going to be a real risk for them to continue to survive. Not only that, there's a couple solos right in front of them. Yeah, there goes Beast, and there goes the squad.
I mean, these two players together are just absolutely terrifying. Their communication as well. The second one player spots it, their team shooting like it's nothing. But Alpha 7, Dave, we haven't talked about them a whole lot. They've come through the quieter, well, slightly, comparatively quieter portion through the north, but they have wiped out every single other team in their path, and they are primed to take this over. 19E and Ghost are still in the middle. The Battle of North America has not slowed, but Europe is about to join the party, and let's bring in Brazil to boot.
Come. Trying to take some shots. Nomi caught off guard, trying to cook in a grenade and toss that bad boy over the hill. Chikap able to secure a point for Shivas.
This is big here. This is big. If you can keep, out of the top 8 for Konina Power, that's pretty big for them. RTG, that's what they're looking for here, to try and deny as many points as possible. Because Konina Power already has 8 kill points. Are you kidding me? As Alpha 7 up there at the top, only with 2, but the only squad with all 4 players alive.
See a lot of teams on the edge right now, and 19E, they've been in those warehouses for some time on the hill, but before we get to that, Alpha starting to crank up that heat here. They got sick of playing the edge to the north. They look to rotate down there to the west side, and now they're going to start to play those zone sweepers and rack up those kill points.
Not only that, it's on the teams. They need to take Nextria Gaming in 4th. Konina Power, the first place team, just eliminated as well. So if you're Alpha 7, you're all smiles right now because you want a prime opportunity to take down all of these teams in front of you. As Destiny trying to make the last-ditch send will get caught out fresh, the last one standing. But oh my goodness, Dave, it all comes down to this final compound. We've seen final circles here before, and they are always epic.
Yeah, Fresh just able to make it right in time, has a nice position when we're looking at placement points. Nobody's up there towards the north end. They might opt to play passive. Right in front of them, though, or right between them, 19E, Ghost. They've been next to each other for some time, but Ghost are going to be forced to push up this hill right now because the zone's going to start to close here very shortly.
It is indeed. And that nade goes in now.
Oh, baby.
Oh, my goodness. HH24 not slowing down. 5 kills already in the pockets of Ghosts. Only 1 additional one, though, since that opening knock. But oh, my. Once they get the beat on where those players are, those nades, they don't miss. 19E, I think, is aware that Destiny's behind them, though. So they're just going to chill in this compound for now, unless they're forced to move. And Dave, we'll find out soon.
Got him, HH.
Oh, my.
Got him. Oh, HH. You give HH the double barrel shotgun early game, get some kills, get that momentum. But down the hill, Alpha, we talked about them. The zone sweepers took out Godsent.
Absolutely huge, and I'm not sure a single player did end up going down, except that one did, but it was Beowulf. Senetex, I think, did end up dropping, but name a scarier combo than Korea with a Groza. I don't think one necessarily exists as Alpha 7. Dave, you can already tell they're coming into this server angry. They can taste first place. They are going aggressive. This is the Brazilian PUBG Mobile that we know and love.
They want it. We'll see if they can get it. HH going to be over here. Just trying to scout it out. Alpha, it'll be a tough push. I don't even know if they can walk up that elevated terrain. So yeah, they're gonna be forced to pull back just a little bit, rotate right back to where they came from. But that was a success. They took out Godsent, got a couple kill points, and now gonna come down to who can snake it the best, remain undetected. 19E though, still in that warehouse. Big concern for me if you want Alpha 7 or Ghost Gaming to win this game. Big concern.
They've got that few pieces of hard cover there. Fresh is still in the back though, and Fresh could very much play spoiler. I don't hate this decision at all. I think from Alpha 7, I think it's the right one to try and play up from around this high ground position instead, because the way these buildings work, they're actually going to offer them some cover from 19E and from Ghost, who are going to have to crest this ridge like we're seeing right now. Ghost is crashing into 19 Esports. Xenox is on the outside. Grenades are coming in, smokes to try and leverage a little bit of positional advantage and offer some cover from the potential crossfire. And it's all about listening for the footsteps, Dave, trying to identify where exactly these opponents are.
And a very smart molly right there from 19E. They saw the smokes. They were predicting a push, the entrance. They threw a molly, and they denied it. They denied the breach, at least from that end, forcing Ghost to go on the opposite end of the warehouse that might expose them to Alpha. So that was like a big brain play right there for me.
Absolutely. But Ghost, in order to try and alleviate this, is going to move the vehicles around to build a wall for themselves to work with. If you don't have cover in the form of a building, make cover. Bring it with you. As Alpha 7 playing this slow and steady, no team here, Dave, wants to be the one to make the first mistake.
Alpha could just straight chill right now. Let Ghost, let 19E, let them fight it out. And if you see an enemy, maybe third party, maybe take some shots. Xenox, the double knock grenade.
Absolutely massive pokes around. Bayo's there, but he's in his own smoke. He's in his own smoke. He can't necessarily see it. At this point, he's just got to try and survive and hope that Alpha 7 comes in and thirds, parties this. But the double knock onto Ghost is absolutely massive. I cannot understate this. Xenox doing so much work. But wait, the Molotov comes in. That's from Alpha 7. They're trying to snipe the kills. These Molotovs are huge. Actually, no, it was Xenox. It was Xenox who threw it. Xenox able to get it down. Destiny gets eliminated as well. That's big as Reboot takes him out. So this is actually big for 19 Esports, Dave, as all their opponents are getting eliminated around them. Now it's just a 4v3.
Holy. Bayo in that shack trying to go for placement points. Might be able to get it. As now, Alpha looking to take out 19E.
And with that knock onto Xenox, this is the go sign they were waiting for. The nades.
Baby.
And then there was one. It wasn't a pure 4v3 because Bayo, you called it, Dave, looking for placement points. Bayo surviving. Ghost Gaming, the Battle of North America being won just that little bit longer. Opens the door, find one, but that's going to be it. Alpha 7 take the winner chicken dinner here for this first game.
I love how Bayo at the end casually opened up the door like, hey, everybody, look at me. Was able to get a knock. Unlucky that they weren't able to get the flush, but that's a 1v4, of course. That was huge, though. That was huge for Bayo and Ghost to be able to secure that second place, because second place, 12 points, right? Third place, 10 points. So those 2 points will definitely add up here towards the end of the event. But Alpha 7 strolling in towards that mid game up there towards the north. And this is a team. They love to prioritize zones, and we can see a prime example of that. Remember, there's Onyx up there in Stalber. They were stuck fighting. I forget who it was. But meanwhile, Alpha 7 repositioning, thinking ahead, not thinking like, oh, what's going to happen right now in the moment. No, they're thinking 2-3 steps ahead, and that right there is a prime example for them to be able to remain alive and use their numbers towards the end.
And they came in from that northern part of the circle. There were teams there they had to contend with, but there were so many less that they could pick the fights they wanted to take. They were always the ones setting up the engages. They were always the one setting things up on their terms. And we see it time and again, like the fight on your screen right now, when a team is able to make that decisive play call, when they're able to enforce their will on the other squad and they're forced to react, the chances of you winning that engage increase dramatically. And if you're Sevens right now, who's been cheering for Alpha all weekend, you know he's all smiles after that win.
Yeah, that was a fight. Onyx versus Clash. Alpha, yeah, they could have third-partied it. They might have been able to get one confirmed kill point, but instead they repositioned and they said, let those two teams fight it out. We'll gatekeep them in the next circle. No sweat. No sweat. And I think that type of mentality is why we see Alpha 7 Esports representing Brazil at the top.
And they were a squad that's had mixed results this weekend. You know, we were kind of surprised players were stepping up, but it wasn't the ones they expected. But over the course of these 4 days, all 4 players have shown that they are individual powerhouses. And when they can come together as a team, as a squad, they are nigh unstoppable. And the biggest difference, Dave, is they just slowed things down just a touch, just enough to be able to align that synergy, that team cohesion, and frankly, just make it look easy. Absolutely incredible start here for our 4th and final day, which means we need to head to a short break. When we come back, our analysts get to break that one down, and then on to game number 2.
When the world has safe and effective COVID-19 vaccines, how can we make sure they reach the people that need them most? Today, there are many vaccines in development. Most will fail. For those that could succeed, governments are under pressure to secure supplies for their populations. If governments compete for vaccines, most countries could miss out. This is not only bad for countries that cannot secure their own supplies, it's bad for us all, as no one is safe until everyone is safe. The COVAX pillar aims to ensure that every country gets fair and equitable access to eventual COVID-19 vaccines. It does this by acting as an insurance policy, with the largest portfolio of vaccine candidates in the world. Wealthier countries have a greater chance of gaining access to successful vaccines. And by pooling their buying power, rather than competing against one another, they enable investment in factories. So more doses are available as soon as a vaccine becomes available. The COVAX pillar is founded on the principle of equitable access. This means any country, regardless of their ability to pay, has the same access to vaccines. By supporting the development and manufacturing of these vaccines, wealthy countries increase their chances of getting COVID-19 vaccines and ensure the rest of the world gets access too. Ending the pandemic as quickly as possible will take a global effort. We need as many doses as possible, as fast as possible, as soon as a safe and effective vaccine becomes available. 2 billion doses would be enough to vaccinate healthcare workers and other high-risk groups. If we start now, we can save hundreds of thousands of lives, not to mention trillions of dollars. It's not about one country versus another. It's about one world protected.
We've got the OnePlus 9 Pro, and it's absolutely gorgeous.
Oh my gosh, this display is just out of this world.
It's insane. It's got 65 watts of charging power.
The 9 series is next level.
PUBG Mobile World Invitational kicks off July 22nd to July 25th. We've prepared a special team cheer event for our players. First, let's take a deeper look at how this event works. Invite your friends to support your favorite team and get awesome rewards. In this event, we will use cheer points to rank the competing teams. Fans of the team with the most cheer points at the end of the event will have a chance to get a permanent item. The event period is split between the cheer period and the reward period. The cheer period is from July 15th to July 27th. During this period, players have 2 ways of obtaining cheer points. The first method is via daily missions. Log in every day and watch matches for 5 minutes at the Esports Center to get cheer points. The second method is by sharing an invitation code with friends. Inviting friends to participate will also earn cheer points. Every player is limited to linking 1 invite code per day. The more friends that link with you, the more cheer points you can get. Now that you understand cheer points, then it's time to pick out a team that you want to support. Lock in the team and support your team with cheer points during the cheer period to help them reach #1. If you wish to keep up with the progress of your chosen team, then take a look at the real-time cheer leaderboard. The cheer leaderboard will be locked on the final day of the cheer period on 0 hour of July 27th, after which the rewards period will begin. The reward period is from July 27th to July 30th. All fans of the team that reached #1 on the cheer leaderboard should go back to the event page and draw 5 times for amazing rewards. Bring your friends and cheer for your favorite team. Experience the glory of the highest level of competition.
The PUBG Mobile World Invitational is powered by Gamers Without Borders and is brought to you by OnePlus, the official smartphone provider, Nemo TV, the official streaming platform, and STC, the official playout sponsor. Now, Seven Worlds Gaming here has always talked about how aggressive and how much damage the Brazilian teams can do, especially Alpha 7 particularly here today. And I think we got to see a glimpse into what makes them so strong, that powerful pushes they cleaned up on so many kills. In 7, you called Alpha 7, so have your moment of glory.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I even said we expected at least one of the top 3 teams to get a chicken dinner, especially on the first Erangel. Something that I really loved and something that Paul and Mustache Dave were talking about there at the end too is how much they were able to change the pace. I mean, Frost, we saw it. At one point, we saw Team Onyx being able to get super close to Alpha 7. Usually when teams do that, Alpha 7 just goes on full aggression trying to back him up, but Alpha 7 said, you know what, we're going to wait. We're actually going to play towards the final circles. Once we get there, the kills are going to come to us, and they play that so well. If they continue to play like this, it's actually going to be interesting as we don't see the full-on aggression that we usually see out of the Brazilian teams. They're being able to secure 28 points, which are very much needed. And then we see another surprise here, a team that we be all talking about, saying how, in a way, a disappointing tournament for them, Ghost Gaming, being able to secure 19 points. I do want to let y'all know, though, usually Ghost Gaming, especially since day 2, they keep doing this. They have a great day 1, match 1, and then after that, they just kind of disappear. So I'll be looking forward to seeing what they do on Sandhawk. 19 Esports, being able to secure 14 points. Destiny, Frost, a team that we really haven't seen since day 1, being able to secure at least 11 points.
11 points, and that's really good. But also, Chivas Esports, we see that they only got himself 1 kill. But remember, they had some problem in Yasnaya fighting Road to Glory. But Jakub made it all out alive. He managed to stay alive for a long time during the game, got himself a 4th place, and that's going to be a lot of points. They even surpassed Road to Glory in terms of points in this game. Kunina Power, we saw him being super aggressive, losing players, but they get himself 8 kills, and that's going to give them 9 points in total. Now, they were down to 2 people, but they still kept on pushing. They didn't care. They don't care. They just want to be aggressive. They know that, hey, if we're not going to get any placement points, we're at least going to get those kill points because that's going to matter for us. Now we see Godson, of course, get himself 5 points there. Not too many kills, but it's good. We want to see them do a little bit better because we haven't seen too much. It's still towards the bottom, but remember, clean slates today. This was just the first game. We got 4 more to go, but here we go on 9th to 16th. Next, Ruya. They were towards the top, but they might drop off a little bit, only getting 5 points. We saw a lot of the top teams getting a lot more points right now. And now, Team Queso and Guns Esports clash. 3 teams only getting 1 point. That's not the start you want in the last day here, but it's still good. You can come back. We got Santa coming up.
Well, someone's got to be the team to get 1 point or no points when it comes to a match. I think a lot of the focus, though, obviously with Alpha 7 getting the points they got in this match, 28, they get themselves actually ahead of Kanina Power and move themselves into 1st place. Now it comes down to if they can continue to build up that lead and maintain that #1 position, or if Kanina Power can catch up. And let's actually take a look at their stats, in particular when it came to this last match, so you can get an idea of how much better Alpha 7 did perform. We know we could have looked at RTG as well. RTG, did go out a little bit early in this match, so it was really no point to dive into their stats. But we can see, even though Kanina Power had only 2 players left alive, they still got extremely close to matching up to Alpha 7 when it came to damage and kills.
Yeah, and
I mean, we saw them, Frost, I was going to say, Kanina Power actually got super unlucky because they were making great pushes, and then they just ended up getting caught by a Chivas, I think it was a Chivas player that was just laying down, and then he ended up taking off Nomi. I felt like that was a major thing that hurt them, Frost.
I think one of the major things comparing these two teams is that Alpha 7 Esports was playing super passive, as we talked about. They were playing the control game instead, knowing they wanted to keep all four alive until the end. Now, Kunina Power played the opposite. They played super aggressive. They just went for every fight they could, basically. And we see that they still got a lot of damage done, even though ending up on a 9th place in this game, while Alpha 7, of course, won that one, getting that first spot. So it's kind of interesting to look at it, and you can see the average survive time there, 5 more minutes. That is a lot of time when it comes towards the end game there.
Yeah, well, let's actually just dive into our overalls. Again, we only have about a minute and a half until the next match is going to start, but I want to at least give you guys an update at home of where all your favorite teams do currently stand. And Alpha 7 coming in from Brazil in first place by 7 points. Kunina Power from Kazakhstan coming in at 191. So it's still anyone's game when it comes to these top 3 teams. But 7, with only 4 matches left to go, you cannot really afford to have any more bad games.
Yeah, I mean, I think with Kunina Power, keep on that aggression, right? But also be able to dial it back a little bit like Alpha 7 was able to do on the last match. Worry about those placement points as well. We know that they can frag out. If they can just keep themselves alive towards the end, the kills are going to come super easy. I mean, Alpha 7 is doing it. We've seen RTG being able to do it. And now going into the next Sandhawk, I want to see which one out of these 3 teams especially is going to be able to perform well. Keep in mind, none of these 3 teams have a chicken dinner in Sandhawk.
There's one team in particular that I will be looking out for, and that's going to be Road to Glory. They've been phenomenal when we talking about Sandhawk. They got themselves in the 3 games we played, a 2nd place, a 4th place, and a 3rd place. So basically just top 4s around the board. And I mean, with one more, what are they missing? It's that number 1 spot, that chicken dinner, that number 1. So, well, who knows? Maybe they'll get that this time.
Well, credit to Ghost, they moved from 12th place to 9th as well after the result here on this last match, getting a 2nd place. But before we dive into our 2nd match, I'm going to remind you guys, once again, you could be cheering for your countries, cheering for your favorite teams. Just head on into the game in the Esports Center and make sure to get those in, because on the 27th through 30th, you can claim some sweet, sweet prizes, just like we have some sweet, sweet commentators bringing you all the sweet, sweet action. I'm done saying sweet. Don't worry. I'm way over it now. Let's bring back in, though, Environment Mustache Dave to cover our 2nd game of the day.
Jason out here trying to give me a cavity. I see what's going on. I see what you're doing. Now, this gameplay has been pretty sweet, and it's awesome to see all of these teams continuing to get better day over day over day. And let's see if Roz is correct, Dave. Let's see if RTG, the last one left in store for that chicken dinner of that top 4. That's the only place they haven't got as we head into Sandhawk with map number 2.
Sweet. Final day, match 2, Sandhawk, the final Sandhawk that we will see here in the PUBG Mobile World Invitational. West side, of course, powered by Gamers Without Borders, making sure nobody gets left behind. So we like it. We like Sandhawk. We like to get down. We like to get sweaty. Boot camp has been free and clear for Alpha 7. Today's the day, though. I want to see somebody drop boot camp. I want to see somebody, take it to Alpha 7 and really contest that spot. Will we see it? Maybe, maybe not.
I mean, hot dropping the team that just won, like dominantly, that takes some guts, if I'm being honest. The kind of guts we're seeing from Chivas right now with their incredible split drop. Not really that uncommon here on Sandhawk, but it still always scares me a little bit to see it like this, because we've seen so many individual players get caught out time and again on this map that I don't mind going for a bit of a split, but that is bold. That is bold.
Listen, no one dropped boot camp, all right? But I'm going to keep hyping it up, because with 3 more games after this, no one has anything to lose. Everybody's a winner. 10th through 16th, they get 15K. 6th through 9th place, 20K. 5th place, 35K. Then it goes up from there. And then, of course, first place with $250,000. That all these teams, they get to pick and choose which charity they want to donate that money to. So I think we see a lot of times in the past that these teams from the West, they like to put on a show, all right? With only 3 more potential hot drop games to go, come on, let Mustache Dave get what he wants. And talking about getting what they want, Circle 1, for the most part, everybody getting pretty favored.
Yeah, that is one of the most central circles you can humanly have on Sandhawk. It is not going to force anybody to make any crazy quick rotations. It's not going to force people to get into vehicles and get positions away if they don't want to. It's going to leave a lot of options open. If I'm Destiny, I'm probably the only team that's a little bit sad about this because they like to camp up on those cliffs over on the West Island. They're not going to be able to do that here. They know they're going to have to rotate in. 19E will play gatekeep, but as I say that, Dave, I did talk about the split drop from Shivas, didn't I? Feel like.
What do you feel?
Called this. I feel like I called this. Did I call? I feel like I called this.
Who'd you call?
Chivas split dropping and getting caught out and killed. That one?
You did call it. Yeah, you definitely
I feel like I did.
called it.
Okay.
I remember you calling it. You dialed the number and called it.
Yeah.
And you were right,
Picked up.
Paul. You were right. Amazing. Some would say sweet, like sweet, brah. That's what it was. Brah. You got thrown there, brah.
That's important.
That's important. So there you go. First blood. Now Chivas on the run, just trying to survive this game, and they're currently 7th place, 124 points. If I'm Chivas, all right, and I'm the coach, analyst, whatever, they're the motivational uplifter, I'm going to be telling them, listen, fellas, you did great. You had an amazing 3 days. But, I'm going to throw in that but, all right?
There's a but, okay.
But, team, get a chicken dinner. Get a chicken dinner. If you can get a chicken dinner in this lobby, that's impressive because these are the best teams from the West. And that right there, that's like that badge. Just like, oh, I got a chicken dinner badge here. You can walk away feeling pretty happy with your squad and what you got going on.
Yeah, it's the moral victory.
Yeah.
Again, these are teams that are brought in representing their countries here on the world stage. Some of the best players in the world from the West and the East, undoubtedly. Almost a little preview of what we might be seeing at that $6 million global championship later on this year and into the next. So, hey, if you're able to walk away with that chicken, like you said, Dave, that is just such a huge boost in confidence. And that validation that all the work you've put in, all the hundreds or thousands of hours that you spent grinding this game, working on team cohesion, synergy, scrims, practice, tournaments, that it mattered and that you can compete with the best teams in the world.
But we'll see because they are awfully close to Alpha 7. Alpha 7 just hot after game number 1. So Chivas, only a trio. Let's see what they can do. And talking about, the cohesion, practicing, all that knowledge. You were saying last game, something that caught my attention. You talked to Carnage in the chat, 19E. This is going to be the team that we should expect moving forward. Well,
I can't tell if he was joking or not, but that's what was
joking or not.
He's like, you're going to see this roster for months to come. I think were his exact words. So
okay. Joking or not, though, for the team being so new, working together at this level of competitive play, right now, 5th place. I don't know if Carnage is joking because they're doing really well with their current roster. So I wouldn't be upset if this was the team moving forward. I would actually enjoy it a lot, I guess you could say.
Yeah, no, I'm a huge fan of this roster. I mean, 19 Esports has been these players have been a staple in the community for quite a long time, and I love, again, I touched on this yesterday, the fact that they didn't just bring together 4-star, fraggers, the people who have great individual gun skill and expect them to work as a team. They brought in players with a mix of experience, veterans and Acer and GFan. They've got young talent like Xenox, and then they're just bringing all these players together. That to me is really, it's got a lot of foresight, a lot of heads-up play. And speaking of heads up, more like heads down. If you're next to Ria Gaming, get out of there because Ghost Gaming ain't missing.
Out here playing heads up, 7-up here on that Sandhawk map. Now, yeah, you get the knock. You probably won't get the confirm, but that is going to be utility taken away from your opponent. There's going to be helmets. There's going to be meds, which, it's going to play a big factor, especially on Sandhawk that we've seen in the past. It is a very popular technique to say you're in the blue, all else fails, heal. We see those players just aiming those heals one after another. And on Sandhawk, that works. Like you could see a solo jump 5 placement points if they know how to hit those heals perfectly. So we'll see what will happen with that because we got some action.
We do indeed. Rod is rolling up onto the trio from Chivas. I also believe that Alpha 7 was getting involved at range as well. Jacob with the nade, the player who's died from them the most, going to be inflicting some pain in return, as Desha is going to be downed as well. Great little pickup there. The opener, the Molotov, the nade. There's nowhere to go.
Pick up a lot of first-hand experience with those grenades on the receiving end right there. And we can see that experience coming into play right here as they are successful in their defense, their current compound. But I believe they lost one of their points over to Alpha 7. So if you do get that knock, you got to make sure to get that confirmed really quick, especially here on Sandhawk. You never know who might be playing that vulture, you know, out there in the distance trying to steal your points.
Well, it's interesting because we did see Revo over behind that other squad that Ghost Gaming was shooting at. And now we see Alpha 7 rolling up on this right here. Split from the rest of the team, this time playing Scout. A not usual role here for them. And then the rest of the team is over getting involved in this other fight. So it's actually a 3v3 right now with Alpha 7 and Chivas. I would kind of like them to pick one. You know what I mean? Pick one fight.
Pick one.
Just one. Just one.
If there was a player, Paul, I'm just going to throw this out there. If there was a player that can be on their own, Revo, out of the entirety of the squad, has the most damage, or around 5K, at least coming into last game. I'm going to check it right now. So we'll see what they can do over there, as they're just trying to flex out and just, you know, dominate here this center position.
They are dead center. If I was to, 50, 50, 50, 50, whatever. I can't remember how geometry works because it's been a while. No, like the middle, whatever the middle point is, like the radius or whatever, if you take the dead center, that's where they'd be right now. You know what I mean? Take the circumference, divide it by 2. Let's not talk about
a lot of math today, I'm not going to lie. You woke up, you're talking about calculator.
I woke up at 6:30 in the morning, Dave. Math was not on my mind, but we're here now. We're here now. We're making it work. And we're looking at Konina Power, who did lose that player early. I saw it in the kill feed, but we actually missed what ended up happening. And this is big here, especially if you're Alpha 7, because this is the team that is hot on your heels. Any little bit of damage, incremental damage they take over the course of the game, Dave, is going to have a huge impact.
Yeah, and that's Fashe, the top fragger from Konya Power. So if there's a player that you definitely want to kind of put some stock behind, make sure that they get those pickups, well, that's going to be that player. But of course, this is Sandhawk. For me, Sandhawk's kind of like the halftime show, I guess you could say, in between our Aragold maps here that we have today. It's that map that's just like, hey, just go play it, try not to die, and best of luck, because these zones on Sandhawk, they get so crazy. There's 2 days ago, we saw a cave finish. But today, I'm not going to lie, today, these zones, they're pretty fair and pretty solid. So far.
The only team that's not thinking this is fair is Destiny, who I'm very surprised stayed where they are. I call them as the team I would have actually liked to have seen them rotate maybe a little bit early to try and get ahead of where this circle was shifting. Instead, they opted, with them and Clash, opted to stay on this West Island. They're now going to have a very tricky rotation in, and I would also like to see some of these squads maybe prioritize moving towards the east a little bit more. Quarry is wide open. Looks like Loca Nostra is here, but Destiny, Dave, they've got to make an awkward crossing. This is not going to be ideal for them, and they know 19 Esports. They know where they drop. They're going to be playing Gatekeeper. Do you think there's somebody here? Beast, Beast, hello?
Just practicing.
Okay, that's fair.
Making sure that sensitivity is on point.
Yeah.
And, Destiny, they dropped those cliffs. That's their spot. You kind of got to commit to it until the very end. And we saw it yesterday, too. Ooh, Lord, up in that guard tower. Nice trade, actually, coming on out. So they weren't able to get confirmed, but I do not know if Moody's going to run up there. Because now, Lord, yeah, the blue's going to start to close in. This is going to be Guns versus Onyx out here.
Yeah, and Onyx are the ones you do have to play Gatekeeper, but both of these teams have to move, and this is where Sandhawk starts to bear its fangs. These teams that get into these long, drawn-out scraps in the blue. Those first couple circles, it's whatever, but once you get into the mid-game, they start to move so quick. You have no time, and you better hope you are well stocked up on meds. But as I say this, Ralph, on a wide wrap here. Guns is going to go for the rest of the revive, but this is big from Ralph. This is exactly the backstab they needed. This is going to open up the rest of this push. This is going to bring Guns back in this.
And just looking at the map in general, like Onyx, they're all separated. While Guns, they got that 2-2 going on because Moody did go and get that pickup. But now Guns trying to wrap around, pretty much catching Onyx in between all 4 members. It's going to be a firing range out here.
It is indeed, as they're trying to get a sense of where specifically all of these Onyx players are. Again, the Blues not hurting too hard at this point, but Guns need to either commit to push all in on this, which they are going to do now with that angle. That's the double knock onto Onyx. Onyx is in a terrible position, and this is the send I was looking for. Get into this next circle, get ahead of Onyx, shut them down right here, and get on to that next circle.
Freak needs to get a big play, needs to get a nice knock right here because the Guns players, all of them are super separate right now. So it really comes down to that individual gun skill and hitting those shots. And Freak, okay, connects on the Master. I believe it's up to 7 right now in the smoke. And here comes Lord with the pull-up.
Yeah, Lord is here to get this one done, and great shot calling from the rest of the team. That player just got surrounded. The loot delivered right on over, so all the damage that Guns may have taken will be negated as the rest of these teams are fighting on the outside. This is Clash and Destiny. Dave, this is the fight I was potentially talking about. I talked about an awkward rotation from Destiny. Gosh, this is more awkward than even I anticipated. They are so far out in the blue. I mean, they could have just, I expected them to maybe send it across to boot camp, but like I said, that's where 19 likes to set up. They also know that. They didn't want to do that. Instead, they rotated into Clash. Also didn't go so well.
Well, we saw the similar story yesterday. Remember Clash? They were on that boat tape. They pulled up to the shores, and they didn't look who was swimming in the water.
Yeah.
And they got caught off guard. They definitely learned something from yesterday's game because now we see them. They're looking behind them. They're expecting a team to pop up from behind. And you can tell because they got the 3-1 split. They kept one of their squad mates on that bridge to kind of look behind them, make sure it's all safe and clear. And it worked out beautifully this game. Destiny, you're going to die. You're going to die. There you go. So right there, that is the knowledge and experience I was talking about last game, that all these teams, all these players are gathering and gaining here in these games.
They are indeed. The knowledge of the rotations, where your opponents like to be, and being able to predict and get ahead of them. Something we're seeing Konina Power potentially doing here as they are gatekeeping Ghost Gaming, having eyes up on that hilltop. Great map awareness coming in from this Konina Power squad. Spec is down. They did get the revive, making it still a 4v3 because Konina Power did lose that player earlier.
Ghosts out there on the hills. Really haven't been having the best Sandhawk games here in this event in particular. The last Sandhawk map. Nomi looking over there, trying to scout the crest, the line of the hill. I believe Ghosts, they are aware. That's why we see them on the opposite end using these boulders, trying to avoid these sight lines from Nomi.
It's huge. Again, just great awareness. We obviously can see it because we have those extra, the X-ray specs, as it were.
X-ray.
These players don't. We got that X-ray vision. Yeah. So we're keeping an eye on where these teams are going to try and rotate. As, hang on, Gonzo's taking some damage. Where's he getting shot from? There's another team involved here, Dave. It might be UDR Killers.
Yeah, UDR. They've been playing the slow and late game, trying to mimic Alpha 7 last game over there on that east side, just a little north of Quarry. So Konina Power, they saw a tasty snack out there, Ghost Gaming, but quickly pulled off of that one. They need to make sure not to get backstabbed in the process. And when we talk showing up late to the party, you cannot not expect RTG. That's like you say the party starts at 8, they show up at 10 o'clock, and you can't blame them because it works out. The party's already popping. They're going to be rolling in from Paradise. They might sandwich Ghost Gaming here very shortly, so we'll have to pay attention because Ghost Gaming, they have a lot of eyes on them right now.
They do. So many shots going on this compound, dead center, trying to line things up. All these teams are going to be taking shots at one another. Mixer is going to be able to get back up, which is big. But like you said, RTG coming in from the north. And I have to note, Reboot from Alpha 7 is still sitting right behind Nextria Gaming. He has not moved. He's been lying there for the last 7-8 minutes. Absolutely incredible. As we see this next circle centering up. RTG already on their vehicles, getting ready for this next one. And you're right, Dave. They're rotating right on into Ghost Gaming. RTG is joining in the fun. And they don't have to move very far, which means they can commit to this fight.
RTG basically just separating Ghost right now. Spec, HH, they were on the tail end of the zone. Now they got RTG right between them and their other duo, their other fellow squad mates who are trying to keep Konina Power pinned down. So it's going to be interesting to see. Carry Boy, Senke still in the blue. Still in the blue, trying to play Swirler.
Playing a little bit further back, that blue is going to start to hurt. So RTG has to make a call, or Ghost will. They want to take this fight right now. They know they have a numerical advantage. The nades are coming out. Spec priming it, holding it. So is Chapo. HH24 trying to get the angle, but Bayo coming in from the flank, absolutely massive, and that's Marshall going down. RTG splitting up a little bit too far. I'm not sure why they didn't commit to this earlier. Chapo's able to win the 1v1. Absolutely huge. Can he find the second? Yes, he does! Chapo goes absolutely massive. Can they find the third? Bayo's coming in. Chapo needs to get this shot. Needs to find it, but Bayo wins with one scrap of HP. Oh my goodness.
Drop shot. Do you want it? That's what Bayo just said right there. And very unfortunate for RTG. They sent Senke and Carry Boy to wrap around into zone instead of helping their squad mates in that situation, pretty much forcing El Chapo in that very challenging 1v2, 1v3. And now it's up to Senke to get the revenge play, and Tense almost taking him out.
I think that's probably the single biggest misplay we've seen from RTG over the course of this weekend. Objectively, if they had just committed those players in, took out those Ghost Gaming members, and then rotated, they would have been in so much of a better position right now. They would have gotten 3 kills and kept all 4 players, very likely kept all 4 players alive. So I got to give props to Ghost for being able to survive that. Obviously, losing more than they wanted to, but RTG, that's going to put them back because Alpha 7, Konina Power, it doesn't feel like they're making those same kinds of mistakes.
Oh, that like they're so indecisive. They had 2 in the blue. I get it. They had the high ground. They were overlooking, but Ghost used that compound. So the duo in the blue, they couldn't recognize the push from Ghost because it was behind the building. So light misplay, you could say that if you want to be nice. As Senke now just strolling into the godsend snakes right here. Gonna be caught off guard. Nuggets popping up with a Tommy gun. Spamming the crouch, but got traded. And look at this, the third party from behind.
And that's RTG eliminated in 13th, not where they want to be. And it's Alpha 7 cleaning up the scraps, the absolute worst case scenario for them. This is huge. Revo, who've been just chilling forever in that position. Nextria Gaming rotated out, but they came together as a squad and are now taking advantage. Already 4 kills for Alpha 7 at this point. This is massive for them.
That's pretty funny. I believe Godsent, they're snaking it because Alpha 7 were forcing them to, right? Alpha 7 were taking some shots at them, so Godsent, they're like, we gotta snake it. Then Senke, RTG just running in that direction. Talk about the ultimate bait. But Godsent, hey, they had the opportunity to maybe smoke up and avoid those sightlines from Alpha. They were taken out in the process, and now we get the zone shift as
a crash.
A crash from who?
Queso.
Team Queso. Okay. Oh. Respect. UDR coming on top.
Yeah, we can see them lighting up the kill feed there. Nano, Sandro, all of them just doing work. Team Queso, pretty disastrous crash there. Konina Power looking to continue to get involved, clean up the scraps there. Bayo still out in the blue. Konina Power doing work. Guns after their initial victory over Onyx. In a very good position right now, taking shots at...
that's a tree.
That's a tree. That's a tree.
7 kills onto Guns. They're ramping up the aggression here this game. That is exactly what they need. 11th place so far. Now they need to fend off their spot from Konina Power right behind them.
They do indeed. It's a 4v3. And they are very aware of what's going on. Hamoudi with the pop out. Great blind fire. Doesn't even take a point of damage in return. And the blue is going to continue to force Nomi in. Konina Power just took a little bit too long. And this is Sandhawk to a T. Confirm the points. Confirm the kills. Hamoudi turns it. Are you kidding me?
12 kills right now. Guns. Is this
the team, Dave?
Is this
the team you were looking for all weekend? When you came in.
Yeah. Game 1 this is what I thought we would see from Guns. Never too late though. Never too late. Ooh! And they're not stopping yet, Paul. 14.
No,
14 kills, Guns. Let's go.
They are lined up to, and I'm not even going to say it. They're lined up to do something in this game. I'm not going to try and jinx it here. As Alpha 7 is now in their sights. and they're looking really good in terms of this next circle. 4 players still up and alive. It's Alpha 7, it's 19 Esports, and Chivas still in this. 19E, props to them though, Dave. This is multiple back-to-back games now where they have been able to make it to this top 4 situation.
Not only that. Ooh, that shot. 4 alive. They got 4 alive, so that's going to play a huge factor in this late game. Go pick up Freak. Come on, you know you want to. And Moody tossing out some smoke. So it's going to be a challenge, though. Like we just mentioned, 19E, 4 alive. I don't know. You might want to leave Freak just to, die to the wolves right there. Fran. Okay.
It always comes down to Fran. So we are seeing 19 Esports pushing up here. There it is. Freak was the bait. Hamoudi was considering going for it. The second those smokes came down, that was their opening, their realization that they're going to push through these smokes. As we're seeing nades coming out, though. 19E is very stacked, though. A couple big nades could be disastrous here for them as guns. Defense charging in, trying to confirm the kills. Lord is on the high ground, but Alpha 7 could still play spoiler through all this. The off angle is there. The big nade. This is going to be the difference maker. Xenox, I think, is trying to get Ace.
Oh, yes!
Oh, my. The big nade, Dave. This is what we're talking about. Another one's flying in. It's the Molotov. G-Fan, 1 HP. Can they get the revive? Get the revive, Sam! Sam!
Sam's like, hey, G-Fan, let me get that gun, bro. Let me get that gun, that light machine gun. Oh, man. But those grenades, phenomenal grenade placements right there. That put a stop. 19E, they were pushing up that hill. G-Fan with that light machine gun. That thing is a shredder. That grenade put a halt to that push.
It did indeed. And just like that, 19 Esports out in 3rd place. And then there was one. Alpha 7, Senatexa able to survive through all of this, but guns. This was the squad we've been waiting to see all weekend. 19 kills. They're going to be denied the 20, or maybe not. No, they are. They're denied it, but that's still the chicken dinner. That's still the chicken dinner for guns. Absolutely incredible play from them. Dave, that was... I don't think we've seen a single team look that dominant all weekend.
34 points. 34 points. A much-needed game. That's what I'm talking about. I was looking at guns, watching the scrims, watching back at their previous games. I put a lot of stock into them. We didn't see it the first 3 games, but you know what? After that last game, I don't even care no more. I've been the conductor for that team this entire time. I never left the train station with them, okay, but I've been on the train waiting for it to take off. This was that game, and I'm saying that because after this game, you have to assume the team, they are fired up right now, Paul. They are feeling good. That momentum that they should be able to carry into that next 3 games, that might put them in that top 5.
It very well could. If they continue with the trend that they just set for themselves right there. And again, I didn't want to jinx them, but they just set themselves, they had the highest kill chicken dinner we've seen so far all weekend. Other teams are making mistakes, and they are there picking up the slack. That's the one I'm looking at right there. And El Chapo almost pulled off that clutch 1v3. There was the second one. Bayo ended up landing with that one additional shot right there. That drop shot from Beowulf just being just a little bit too big. But in the on this crash from Team Queso, we ended up missing it at the moment. But oh boy, that did not go so well for them.
Definitely a missed opportunity for RTG to get a couple points and a nice position right there. They could have definitely have helped out their squad mate. We're in a machine gun meta right now. You got that light machine gun that comes from the crates. We got M249s that are world spawns now. Put an extended mag on the M249, 150 bullets. Ain't nothing stopping you. So, ladies and gentlemen, that was the Sandhawk map. We got 3 more to go. Don't go nowhere. Here's a word from our sponsors.
I've got a difficult mission for you. Who's in? Close to 1 billion people from 92 of the world's poorest countries need to be vaccinated. You'll need to work closely with governments and health authorities. And it will take millions of volunteers. And it has to be cheap. This is a mission only a few organizations can handle. It is the world's biggest and fastest distribution of a vaccine ever. Equipment such as needles, canisters, visors, protective suits, and sanitizer need to be in place first. All of this has to be transported to the most inaccessible corners of the world. The vaccine has to be kept cold constantly. If not, it's all for nothing. And when the vaccine gets close, a population without mobile phones or internet needs to get the message. Thousands of health workers have to be trained to perform vital work. No one is safe until everyone is vaccinated, so we can't stop until that's a reality. But even though we're doing this because lives are on the line, this is real life and not a game. You don't get a new life if you fall, or if you drown trying to save lives. We have no lives to lose, but we're willing to risk a lot to vaccinate the whole world. As long as the virus exists, the whole world is in danger.
Before we were anywhere near the extent we're at now, Alicia and her team were working tremendously hard to address perceived future drug shortages.
The idea with the ICU kit at the beginning was trying to think of a way that we could help these patients that are critical in ICU settings. In this case, it was kind of the next layer of protection for this response. In the kit, we have a few different types of medications, antibiotics for secondary bacterial infections, as well as blood pressure support, so vasopressors. Things like albuterol inhalers, we were learning, were highly requested in hospitals. Medications that are used for intubation and sedation that help with that process. Each one of these kits is designed to have about 100 courses of antibiotics and supportive medications. The first 2 are headed up to Northern California in the Bay Area, which is especially hard hit, and the next 11 are going to hospitals across New Jersey, and we'll have about 80 of them going to New York City. In the end, we're just feeling really fortunate that we're able to support our partners with these medications that they need so desperately.
The wisdom, the expertise that I think this team has demonstrated in being able to help us as a community partner, but also hospitals and healthcare systems around the country struggle with drug shortages, which are now a reality, I think just speaks volumes to the impact DR has.
We've got the OnePlus 9 Pro, and it's absolutely gorgeous.
Oh my gosh, this display is just out of this world.
It's insane. It's got 65 watts of charging power.
The 9 series is next level.
PUBG Mobile World Invitational, powered by Gamers Without Borders, is brought to you by OnePlus, the official smartphone provider, Nemo TV, the official streaming platform, and STC, the official playout sponsor. And I swear, Guns was probably dancing like the guy from the OnePlus commercial as we saw them take themselves a chicken dinner and a ton of kills to boot. The biggest game we've seen so far here in the PMWI, not just for the West Conference, but also from the East. And what a perfect time to have it happen as well. Maybe able to ladder up and rank up into some more prize money for the charity of their choice. Jason Kaplan still joined by Froz and Seven Worlds Gaming to talk about that last game and talk about how maybe we saw them play a little bit of a different style here. Seven, you want to touch on that really quickly?
I do, and I mean, this is a main one that we've kind of been talking about the whole time. We always talk about Guns and Ghost Gaming at the beginning of the Erangel matches. Keep in mind, we play Erangel a lot more than we play Sandhawk and Miramar. In this match, Guns decided to just land in the middle of nowhere, be by themselves, play their game, not have to force any fights at the beginning of the match, which is something we've been alluding to, Frost. I wonder how much different this weekend would have been for either Guns and Ghost Gaming if they didn't just hot drop each other every single time on Erangel. And I think they showed it perfectly right there. I mean, being able to put up the best match so far here on the West, that's super impressive.
And you got to look at how they were executing the whole game. Look at the fight Guns had against Team Onyx, for example. I think that was one of the best executions we've seen throughout the whole tournament so far. How they were surrounding Onyx, making sure that they were picking out the flankers first and then getting into it, just closer and closer, taking them out without losing any players. So as we can see here, 34 points from Guns Esports in this one game. That is some amazing stuff. But Alpha 7, we know that they were already ahead a little bit, and they grabbed themselves 21 points as well with those 9 kills. And you can see how top heavy this is, how many kills is getting stolen by or taken by all of the top teams here. 19 Esports getting himself 15 points with 5 kills, and Shivas again being towards the top there, having only 4 kills this time, but still 12 points. They're clanging on, they're hanging on to the top there, and maybe they can do some more damage here in the upcoming games.
You know what we're not seeing?
Yep.
No.
I know exactly what you're going to be saying here.
We're not seeing Kanina Power. I mean, the thing is, Guns Esports, it's phenomenal, this kind of match. But the thing is, it's kind of overshadowed in my eyes for the fact that Alpha 7 are so far ahead of Kanina Power and are looking to lengthen their lead even further to get themselves locked in as number 1.
Yeah, with Alpha 7, we've seen it. They just have been deciding, you know what, we're just going to stay alive until later, and then we're going to search those skills. With Kanina Power, we just keep seeing the aggressiveness out of them. And I mean, only 3 points. I'm pretty sure we're going to be able to see the overall, and every single time, every single match that we're playing now here today, Alpha 7 is just creating a bigger lead. Now we go down a little bit more. RTG, that was another team that we were expecting them to do good today. So far, it hasn't worked out. Luckily for them, we do have an Erangel next, and at least those 3 teams, the top 3 teams have at least 2 chicken dinners, or now 3 chicken dinners for Alpha 7 in Erangel. So it's going to be interesting.
One thing to look out for when it comes to Kanina Power, though, is that Sanhok is the worst map of all of them, and they're doing really good on both Erangel and Miramar. So we're expecting a lot more coming into the upcoming free games here. That's when we're gonna expect Kanina Power to just blast off and get himself a lot of points and catching up, probably, or maybe even taking on Alpha 7 and yeah, just take that number 1 spot.
Frost, are you just saying that so you don't actually look like you cursed them at the beginning of the show?
We're not talking about that.
Well, before we do touch on Alpha 7 Kanina Power, we do want to give some light, though, to Guns, obviously, in this last match, and take a look at their player stats across the board from the last match alone, and really see who was shining and who was firing on all cylinders here. And we're going to see Lord actually coming through, 768 damage. Now, the thing is, right, they had 19 kills. But I expected way more damage to be coming through out of these guys, 7. We can see they must have been stealing some around the map.
Oh, they definitely had to be stealing some. Actually, none of them. If you really think about it, I mean, some of them stole a little bit. The Hamoudi is the one that stole the most out of all their players. But with this team, I think that we're just picking the fights that they were going to be able to finish off right away. We saw them over and over again just picking up those fights. And something that we actually see often about those teams, certain teams that are too aggressive, they just shoot at people to kind of back them off. With Guns, I think they allow people to get just close enough to the point where they were like, all right, you know what, we're set for this fight. We're going to be able to take them on, and we're actually going to be able to finish off this fight quickly, especially in Sanhok. I mean, we've seen it over and over again, Frost. In Sanhok, you don't want to be having fights that are 5 minutes long, because guess what? Teams are going to be hearing that, and they're going to come over and try to third party that real fast.
Yeah, and we see Lord, of course, with 7 kills here. After day 2, he only had 2 kills, and Lord is a really good frag, so we were expecting this kind of performance from him from the start. But it's been a lot of the freak show, if we call it that, because he's sitting on 27 kills in the team, and the closest is Hamoudi with 14 after that. So if you look at it, it's been a lot from Freak, but hey, it comes down to the team play, right? Everybody is setting themselves up, making sure that it is the team performance that actually matters. And in the end, it doesn't matter who's getting the frags. All it matters is that you're getting the points, and that's what we saw from Guns there. 34 points in one game.
Well, speaking of points, let's take a look at overall standings now and see how things might have shaken up. We'll pay attention to where Guns is on the leaderboard, but my eyes are still going to be going straight towards the top of the table with Alpha 7 and Kanina Power. And we're going to see here 219 up to the 194. Alpha 7 are starting to build up a lead here, and it's starting to grow, and it's starting to be really hard for RTG, who have had 2 rough games today, to catch up.
Yeah, I mean, Alpha 7 now creating a 25-point lead. If you would have told me, as much as I'm loving Alpha 7, if you would have told me they would have had a 25-point lead after 2 matches today, I would have been like, you're lying. Kanina Power is definitely going to show up. I mean, To be fair, though, they are 25 points. They can make that up in one match. So this is technically still close. And as Ross was saying, now we're going into the three final matches that Community Power usually tends to excel at. Now, what I'm going to be looking at is some spoilers. RTG, we really haven't seen much of them here today. I'm looking forward to them just finally stepping it up and showing up here on the final day. We saw them in, I think it was maybe day 2 or day 1. I can't remember off the top of my head. But RTG has had days before where they just kind of disappear. We go down a little bit more. Next, Ria Gaming, they're being able to at least stay within that 4th place. 19 Esports has been consistent too in this past 2 matches. Even Chivas Esports, I know this is a team that a lot of us representing Mexico, a lot of us were really surprised that this team was performing like this, and I'm pretty sure they're looking to do even better. We have Destiny. I mean, this team coming off day 1, we thought this was going to be a team to be reckoned with. They have fallen off so hard, but at least they're going to be fighting for those spots and trying to secure a little bit of more money for their charities, Ross.
Yeah, Destiny, they had 66 points after day 1, so basically half of their points were accumulated during day 1. Now, day 2, day 3, sure, it was bad days, but we still have 3 more games. They can still bounce back. They can still grab themselves a few more spots. That's going to mean more money for them to give to charity. And, of course, you have Guns with a blazing 34-point game there, putting himself up here now. They're getting closer towards the other teams, and the other teams, they got to watch out, because if Guns keep on playing like they did in the last game, it's just a matter of time before they're taking on a few more steps here on the leaderboard.
I mean, yeah, they could definitely jump to 5th place. Let's say if 19 Esports has a 0-point game and Guns for some reason decides to just go ham again and get another 34 points, we can see them at least battling for 5th and 4th place, which honestly, I would be completely shocked. I do want to look at some of the other teams here on the 2nd page, because I feel like these teams can play that spoiler role. We've seen Ghost Gaming being able to step it up on the first Erangel. We do have some Erangels left. And I feel like this team is trying to leave a good image for their fans, especially in North America. And then we have other teams like Team Queso. This is a team, I know we always talk about them, Jason. This is a team that we expect them to do just so much better, and I feel like 15th place is just not going to cut it for them.
Yeah, you know, I've been a firm believer in Queso for such a long time, and we see some good things out of them. We see, like, for instance, in a PMPL last year, they had a really good league phase, and they go into the finals and they start to really struggle. I hope the best for them. I know Natsume coming into the team, we talked to him about like the raw fragging power he brings to the team, but it seems to have not lived up to what they were hoping for. But again, this isn't the end-all be-all. There's still more events to come this year. There's still PMGC with $6 million on the line at the end of the year. More than we had the entire esports year, just this last one. But let's take a look at what you guys at home can win. Maybe it's not quite $6 million, but there are milestones we can hit here for peak concurrent viewers, and you all at home will be getting some sweet rewards. So make sure to tell your friends, tell your family, tell everyone who's interested in PUBG Mobile, and even if they're not, make them interested and come tune into the stream, because not only do we have some fantastic games, we also have some fantastic commentators coming back in to bring you the action. So you two, gotta say goodbye for now. Don't worry, you're fantastic as well. I love you guys, and we'll bring in Mustache David and Viram here to cover match number 3 of our final day.
Thanks so much, Jason. We're back at it again. Game number 3 at the halfway mark for our 4th and final day. Alpha 7, Dave. I don't know what changed from yesterday to today, but it feels like all the little mistakes that we saw from them over the last 2 days have just been ironed out. They've just been cleaning up their gameplay, taking the fights that they want to take. Chat's out here commenting, man, this team is so good at third parties. And I didn't really appreciate it looking back, but wow, it's true. They do such a good job of sniping off kills here and there.
They're not only playing for themselves, they're playing for charities. They're trying to represent Brazil in the process. So there's a lot on the line when we look at a lot of these teams. And I agree with you. I agree with the chat. Alpha 7 have been slaying it here on the final day of PUBG Mobile World Invitational. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get into match number 3. Erangel. Let's get that popcorn going. Let's get that popcorn going.
Oh, yes, indeed, because we're keeping the tally right now. 2-1 for Ghost on the outright 4v4 wipes. I think it could even conceivably be like 3-1 or 3-2, depending on how you want to, like, who gets the one kill, or like they wipe them later on. No, but it's 2-1.
Did you watch last game, Paul? Let me ask you that. What did I say? Guns. Momentum. You think with this momentum, Ghost can stop them?
It would be unlikely. It would be unlikely. But we'll definitely keep an eye on this. Oh, look at it. I mean, they did drop the highest kill chicken dinner we've seen so far over the weekend. And I want to make a note, because Froz mentioned it when we looked back at the scores from that last game, how top-heavy this lobby was. Of the top 5 teams in the lobby, those top 5 teams combined accrued 93 points out of this entire lobby. That is, talk about point sponge. There's nothing left. Everybody else, it's a desert out there. All those points up there at the top, my goodness. As we see a very friendly circle for this playing path, Dave, teams are going to have a lot of time to loot, and maybe in the case of Ghost and Guns, some time to fight.
Yeah, talking about desert. Well, if that's your favorite map, Miramar coming up next, so make sure you stay tuned. But for now, I see at least one member of Guns. They popped down, they got a vehicle. Looks like they're trying to group up, head towards the southern part of Pochinki. But what's happening over here? Loka Nostra find themselves in some early engagements against Destiny.
Interesting. These two teams don't often catch each other out on the road like this. Loka Nostra is just kind of running around trying to get into vehicles, trying to find something to stand their ground with. We're able to pick up one kill, but scrappy for sure, as we're seeing Ghost Gaming now. Much wider wrap here. Already see a player securing a vehicle, repositioning that so that they can make an escape should they need to. I like that early call. As we're seeing Ghost much more split. Tense on that off angle. That could play a key factor here, Dave.
Ghost much more split this game, and Guns a lot tighter, a lot more condensed this game, at least in my opinion, looking back at game number 1. So we'll see. It all comes down to that first knock, that first change. And that's kind of like the ball dropping, you know, the New Year's ball.
Yep.
That's when it goes down. So we'll see who can get that first knock. Hamudi, though, kind of separated from their squad mates. Not by much, but they need to be mindful of that. If they get knocked right there, the support's going to take some time. The medic going to take a little bit of time to group up. And like you said, that off angle, well, that could spell disaster for Guns. And I don't think they're aware of what Ghost are playing at right now.
Yeah, you can see Spec trying to track with the audio cues through the wall. They're aware. Lord is playing a similar off angle, but I feel like it's going to be less effective, just given where Tensa is right now, who's been playing this very slow, is relaying this intel to the rest of the team. He's going to spot this crossing from Rauf. This is big. And there are the shots. He's giving his position away, though. I'm not sure how I feel about this, Dave. I maybe almost would have wished that he played it a little bit more passive. This suggests to me that maybe Ghost isn't even going to take this fight. I mentioned before, they were able to grab a vehicle and back up here, so they might just completely bail. I mean, I would be surprised, but I can't hate the decision.
Nobody died yet, and, you know, giving away their position, yes, but they didn't stay there. Tensa did not opt to stay there. Instead, pull them back, right? Trying to definitely keep Guns on their P's and the Q's. But Freak, I'm going to keep talking about it, man. The light machine gun meta. I'm telling you, this event definitely opened up my eyes to patch 1.5. That thing's a world spawn now. Almost every game, we got it. You know, M249 on the field. And then the light machine gun, the new one, that thing, oh man. I was playing with it last night. I'm just going to say a little quick story right here. I was prone in the grass. Hey, that's what I do. I got 3 kills with it. They didn't even see it coming. That new light machine. So if I can get 3 kills, that's the story. If I can get 3 kills on a squad with a prone, imagine a pro player. And we saw it last game. She-Fan.
Yep.
Melting. Just melting people. You love to see it. M249, extended mag, that's 150 bullets. That's a lot of potential. 150 bullets to spray. So we'll see what they can do with that one. And kind of back to your story over here. Looks like Ghost, yep, pulling off. They watched last game. They're like, dude, Guns, 19 kills. We don't want that smoke.
Let's not mess with
we don't want that smoke. And they're pulling out.
Yeah, again, I absolutely cannot hate on this decision. While it's fantastic for us fans to watch that early action, keeps us entertained in the early game here. Oh, hey, look, 2 vehicles. Everything you need. Nice and easy. Excellent. There you are. Well, it's obviously fun to watch for us as fans. Ghost are legitimately trying to make a run up this leaderboard. That's more money that they get to choose which charity that goes towards. It's all for a good cause, representing USA. And a squad they're always fighting up against, it feels like it's 19 Esports who are rolling into Godsend. I don't think they're expecting this at all. This is a very different rotation. 19E has normally been completely uncontested at Everest. This is a first-time event.
Yeah, we saw yesterday, actually, 19E, they had a little 2-2 split going on. They had 2 up here on the hill, and this, to me, is Godsend doing their homework, watching the VODs, and they quickly looted and took that spot for themselves. And we saw they were trying to set up the trap, but 19E getting shots, moving up that hill, quickly hitting that U-turn, the eject button on the game plan. And I like this a lot because, to me, with how quick they decided to make that U-turn, they had a backup plan, right? They had a backup plan in their mind. We see them all trying to group up and utilize that backup plan.
Yeah, heading over towards Gatka. I wouldn't love that decision as it's already been occupied. Hospital is a bit riskier as it's a bit further out. They're trying to find something central that's already been taken. They've had free air on Everest this whole time, so they are going to have a backup, but they're definitely feeling the pressure now because it is much less optimal than the position that they were originally going for. We'll keep an eye on where they end up, potentially running into Onyx, who are rotating up from Lipovka. We'll keep an eye on that. 9 is very split from the rest of their team. Is UDR Killers, also another one of these squads vying for a home. Dead Center next to Ria Gaming is here as well, and they have spotted this rotation.
Yeah, when you start to run into problems is when your backup plan needs its own backup plan. So the backup's the backup plan. That's when things start to go a little haywire, and I feel like that's kind of what Team Queso have been dealing with here in this tournament, and their backup to their backup plan is just straight crashing a compound. But right now, Team Queso on that bridge, they have the opportunity to camp that bridge. We do have Ra'ad out there on military base, so we'll pay attention to that one, because right now a lot of teams just kind of driving around, trying to feel it out and see where they want to occupy. A lot of teams center right now. We still got Loka Nostra, Livan Yasnaya, Destiny up there as Severny. Power, Milta, Clash, they might run into each other once again. Time will tell.
Only time will tell. As we're seeing all these teams, it's all about the scouting. It's all about the intel right now, trying to ascertain which compounds are free, which ones aren't. And obviously, these certain compounds have more value. It's like a letter grade, So this is C tier. Oh, this is an A tier compound. This building is fantastic. Offers us X, Y, and Z, especially in this circle. So we're going to be keeping an eye on that as teams. And most teams, I would say, generally have a pretty similar tier list with what they value in terms of positional advantage. So these higher value A or S tier compounds, very, very quickly, those garage buildings in particular that we do see scattered around, those L buildings, they are very, very high priority for a lot of these squads because they offer a great way to protect your vehicles, which is a huge factor here, not getting those tires shot out. As you see this circle starting to center up, Canadian Power coming in from the blue, Loka Nostra, and like you said, Dave, Rod running potentially into Queso.
I think the real winners when we're looking at grading the compounds is how comfortable they are playing those spots, those positions. We've seen Ghost Gaming in that section, in that little compound area multiple times, so they're going to be extremely comfortable playing that one. As we're still looking, next circle does shift, and I'm surprised with how many teams aren't happy with their previous location who were in the zone. They're all popping in vehicles, catching me for a surprise. And I have some drive-bys here. Onyx just not catching any luck here today so far with these circles. As looks like 9 trying to scout it out, trying to claim something for themselves. But Sam doing the same thing. And we heard yesterday from Sheepfan that Sam, IGL for the team. Sheepfan helps when needed. But Sam, being the IGL right now, has been doing a pretty solid job. And we were just talking about the scouts. 9 scouting it out for Onyx. And you know what they're going to say right now?
They're there.
This compound not good to go. Not safe.
Nope. The ironic part, of course, being is that it is because Chivas is leaving. So they could roll back up and on into that, ironically enough. No, so you're absolutely right, Dave. This circle shifted, yet I saw more steering wheels than not on that mini-map. People were getting in vehicles, we're still rolling around. Again, it's all about gathering that intel, because your intel, if you're not constantly keeping it up to date, it will be out of date. A compound that you scouted 2 minutes earlier, no guarantee that it is still going to be empty, as we're seeing multiple squads taking casualties on the road because of that. Teams not wanting to play this passive, teams wanting to be the aggressor, to set themselves up for that next push, to not get caught off guard. But of course, in doing so, some teams are. Some teams are going to lose some players here or there. That is just the casualty of the scout.
Yeah, and that Team Queso, that slow roll, paying off right there. You know, deciding to hold back instead of center up. They were able to get 2 kill points underneath their belt, much needed kill points. So we'll see if they decide to continue on with the killing spree down there, because they are going to hear some shots here very shortly. I do see a member from Guns kind of driving around. Could need a power. Mitsu popped in the vehicle. Rostock, RTG, Loca Nostra. They might get into a little fight. For the time being, though, pretty quiet, you know, kind of sizzled out. Everybody just trying to survive and not get tagged and bagged in the process.
Exactly, and Rod finding one of these buildings that I'm talking about. They did lose 2 players. They were the team that rotated in from military. That wild send. They are all the way dead center of this next circle. Just playing a little bit of car Jenga down there to make sure all those tires are protected. 19E as well. In a pretty good position here in the trenches just outside of Gatka. And of course, why would I be surprised? Right next to Ghost Gaming. I shouldn't be surprised. Oh boy, here we go.
The magnets out here. Tensa popping up real quick, taking some shots on Sam, but both Sam and Tensa. Oh, Bayo though. Sam re-peeking that one. Bayo with the DP saying, nah, don't be taking shots at my squad mates. Getting knocked out. They should be able to get the pickup. I do not predict Ghost Gaming pushing across that little field to get those thirsts. Not right now, not yet at least, but we talk about it multiple times. It's all about denying that utility, the meds, the armor. That right there, that might have been a helmet.
It very well might have been. I mean, that was the headshot we saw in the kill feed as the circle continues to shift, now benefiting both of those teams of 19 and Ghost who have compounds. They are going to be able to chill very well. The 19, of course, having those trenches, a little bit different in cover, but teams still value it pretty highly. I also think it's funny, we saw Rod fervently shifting those vehicles around in the garage, and one of them exploded and actually downed one of the players. So somebody caught them with their pants down trying to play Jenga, that 4D chess. Not working out quite so well for them there. Oh, no. Sadat. They're having just the worst game, the worst luck.
At least their friendship is strong. Remember, playing 3 years together. That is, that's an achievement in its own. As we're talking about, Chivas trying to make some achievement points out here, pushing on a godsend, but getting denied.
Oh, nice pre-fire on the corner, though. Nito can be able to force them back, hiding in the corner. Fran is here, though, with that UM. People versus squad is continuing to roll up, trying to make this an even fight. Godsend pinning into the corner. Beautiful play from the lone member. Slumir is coming in as well, continuing to try and create an angle, but hiding in the corner. Nice little play from Nito, confirms the point is Godsend potentially in shambles. And yes, with Lux on the outside, the last player coming on in. But Dave, this fight's not going to stop. UDR Killers continue to roll on up. As I mentioned, Rod, before they responded out, but it's Kunina Power looking to finish the job. Third party coming in, though. Nice nade, taking advantage of the damage that had already been done onto Axers. Kunina Power losing some members early. This is not ideal for them, Dave.
Yeah, and they were trying to take this one awfully slow, get those grenades in that second story, but their angle is exposed, and we saw them get a couple shots, but now it's up to Del Hop up there, guarding the stairs, but Uzi to the face from Fashe, one of the top fraggers in the lobby. Not stopping. I mean, no competition right there.
I feel like we're playing one of those mini games, you know, like the boulder is rolling downhill and you've got to like dive into the alcoves. You know, that's like what that felt like there, but with grenades. You just kept seeing the grenades flying out. It's like, he's just gonna keep throwing grenades. So I can just rush him with a gun. That's exactly what they did right there. Absolutely stellar. The Pocus the
swap. Oh, Pocus. Oh, almost. Trying to get those
he did it once. He did it once. And he's tried to do it again so many times. I appreciate the gusto, though, from UDR Killers. As we're now seeing 19E going to come in and capitalize on the damage that's already done. Of course, it comes down to Fran one more time. This player is always the last alive.
Yeah, and it's like one of those moments where you realize you made a wrong turn along the way because they were driving right between the grenade battle that we're witnessing right here. So they attempted to pop out, maybe get a knock, maybe get a kill point and salvage the situation. But Sam, Xenox, only matter of time if they can get these grenades right in those smokes as the duo, the last two alive from Chivas. We saw them a couple moments ago. Beautiful wipe, 4 points in the pocket. Next zone goes up, though, so fortunate for them. I would have to predict 19E. They're going to give it up. They're going to be like, okay, you stay over there. will forget about you because they're going to reposition and make sure to hold the southern part of these chopsticks.
Yeah, I mean, there are quite a few compounds, quite a few buildings still in play that are unclaimed. Wait, Acer sending it? Yeah, he is. He wants to get in there. He wants to claim one of these vacant lots, basically. As we're seeing RTG get involved in the kill feed with Loca Nostra, trading back and forth. Marshall's going to drop. That's a big one. His Nextria Gaming is trying to send it as well, taking a lot of damage, though, in the process. Can Clash hit the shots? The DP is screaming, but they are able to find a dip to call their own.
A lot of movement right now. A lot of movement. Alpha 7 getting caught in the fields. The Ayala DP going to be shredding some of them. 2 of them swapping on over to the UMP. Trying to close the gap. Suppressed. UMP up close and personal. Nitsu from behind.
Oh, this is huge. Carrillo's got to try and take this fight. He's getting pinched. He finds the first. Can he get the second? Is able to do so. Carrillo with another player comes in. Rima is there as well. All 4 players of Team Queso is what it takes to shut down Alpha 7. Our leaders going out now would be huge. It would open up so much space for the rest of the lobby. It all comes down to Swag winning the 1v2, but the nades are continuing to roll in, doing a lot of damage, surviving on just 1 HP as trying to get off the first aid. But Team Queso is going to identify just how much damage they did, and Marco's not going to let this one drop. They're going to go. They're going to push. They're going to shoot. Whether they do it or the blue, Alpha 7 is going down.
Adam, and this is exactly what we talk about time and time again. Team Queso, when it works, it is beautiful. You saw that set? Yeah, it works. And that was Alpha 7 that they just took out. So GG's to them, and they lost some teammates in the process. But right now, one of the main stories, Clash, M249s, DPs, they need to land these shots, get these vehicle explosions, get some points. And talking about points, well, RTG not getting any of that game.
Trazen with that long-range headshot just takes him right on out of that buggy. Beautiful play there from Clash. So RTG was the team. They needed to do well this game. They had an opportunity. Alpha 7 went out in like 13th place. This was your chance. This was your chance. But instead, it opens up opportunities for squads like Konita Power, who still have multiple players alive. 3 still up. Dave, now this is the team we look towards.
Exactly. It opens it up wide for Konita Power, and they have a nice buffer between them and everybody else in the lobby as well. A lot of terrain between them. So if they can get another shift, Hamudi. Okay, Hamudi. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't throw the pan. Okay.
Level 4 armor, man. It's level 4 armor.
You need to keep it. You need to keep it. Pull them back. Pull them back to their squad mates right now.
Is just starting to slow down. Starting to
11
slow
teams
down. Yeah, and squads have found their little homes in this next circle. And now this is the calm before the storm, before the next shift, before we see everyone get back in those vehicles and prepare to send it. 19 Esports are in probably the best position. They're spread out on both sides of the road, have this entire compound under their control.
Oh,
and they hold it. It's going to be tough because everybody is going to be coming for it.
Yo, like, what a smart play from Acer. They were where Shivas was just a couple moments ago. Instead of holding back to try to play the edge, they sent it to that compound. I predict they scouted it. They didn't see any vehicles, possibly didn't hear any shots. Risky play, but it paid off big time because now they do have some solid cover. But like you said, that's your point. They're going to have to defend it.
They are indeed, as all these other teams trying to make this last-ditch desperate send into the circle. Team Queso took some damage earlier, and Destiny's going to look to exploit it. Rima taking a decent amount of damage there, but we'll be able to hold on just that little bit longer. Mihi with the smokes, lining themselves up to push this. This is into the next circle. That's a nice little bit of tunnel play there from them. This is going to give them plenty of opportunities. But Clash as well, they've been doing such a great job of putting pressure on all these other squads, Dave, in this building. But now they need to make sure it doesn't become their tomb, as they desperately have to send it all the way down this circle. As Destiny with the push, the last remaining player of Team Queso. I don't think Rima's long for this world.
Yeah, Destiny, though, they need to be mindful not to be on the tippy top of that hill because 19, they might have sight lines. So where Mihi is right now, that's perfect. That is not in the sight lines of 19E. And talking about 19E, they're going to crash on from Ghost in the tail end of this one, competing for that compound as Mihi trying to get the final blow, the final grenade on Arima.
Yeah, lots of action breaking out now. UDR Killers is going down as well. I believe it was a vehicle explosion to make that one happen, but I'd love to see that Ghost fight. Oh, one hit. There it is, the hit marker. Yes! He gets it done.
Perfect. Perfect right there. Okay, looks like Ghost, they were able to crash and get the opposite end of this compound that 19E are actually occupying. So
Acer abandoned it, I think, very smartly. That's just too much ground to try and control. They came together, but of course it left an opportunity for Ghost to take that one back. But I still think that was the play you had to make.
End of the USA. Let's see what they can do here. Are they going to decide to fight each other or be like, okay, we are aware. You're next door. Relax. Let's just, fight everybody else and then we'll get back to you later. We saw that yesterday. With 2 other squads. That might be the case here today, as a lot of these players playing the edge right now, just trying to survive.
And Nextria Gaming is rolling up, trying to secure some of these kill points themselves, and to clash the third party. Oh no, it was just Nihat going absolutely massive. Beautiful swing there around the rock. And Nextria Gaming in 4th place, another team that theoretically, if they go huge over the next 3 games, could try and usurp Alpha 7 up top. With all that is going on, that's potentially creating an opportunity for 19E to take this fight up against Ghost, as Ghost is also looking in this direction as well. They're going to get sandwiched, they're going to get crashed upon, which leaves opportunities for other teams like Kunina Power, like Guns, to just sit back, try and survive, and let these guys fight it out, because neither team has the next circle, and Xenox peeks out a little bit too far and gets punished.
Yeah, that's a oof right there, considering Turkey's pushing from the back end of this one. So we're going to have about 3 teams all on top of each other. Spec, looking for the hip fire, looking for the pre-fire. FPP right here, going to be breaching. Bayo with the support.
And I mean, Ghost Gaming just absolutely demolished this. 3 members of 19E got caught taking shots with nades in hand. I understand the grenades are important in 19 Esports, but Guns can also do some work. That was a full, clean wipe. So many times over the course this weekend, Dave, 19E Canada has come out on top. Well, today, in this one, Ghost Gaming says, nah, this is ours.
Next zone did pop, so I believe that's kind of what that switch was for Ghost to take them out before repositioning. Next they decided to not crash the compounds, but instead look for a new position to gatekeep Ghost Gaming, but they weren't expecting Guns to be right on top of them.
Oh, Guns is in a fantastic position up on that high ground. Frozen is going to actually send it in. Oh, actually, wait. Multiple squads are going to try and send it in right now. Trying to take this one over. Destiny is here on the edge, on the outside. Onyx getting involved, and Konina Power playing this a little bit slower, Dave. They're letting other squads overextend, but here comes Guns, and what can Nextria do?
Remember, Konina Power, they're seeing the kill feed, and they know this is a good opportunity for them to claim back that first place spot. I would like to see some third party coming out. Yep, right there in the kill feed. No me getting involved, as a lot of smokes right here because we're in the wheat fields. Not a lot of cover.
Not a lot of cover. We're going to be seeing a lot of snakes in this grass as Bayo is sending it with that Tesla, continuing to take over this spot. Nice little play here from Ghost. They've been able to keep all 4 alive, which means, Dave, I'm looking towards this team to potentially take the whole thing. Ghost with 4 up in the late game as a team that rarely loses.
Not only that, they built the carport right there on the edge, and they still have some vehicles to work with that they're able to use to maneuver this terrain as Fresh trying to spray it out there in the smokes. One more clip might do the trick. Got a couple points. Konina Power, though, I'm still looking at Konina Power, though, playing it really slow on the edge.
They're not a duo, Dave, so I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. They have a third player. I feel like that's a handicap at this point for how well this team plays with 3. The rules don't apply to Konina Power. They're on a different series of power scaling. But no, they've done a great job of setting up some solid hold with this smoke. But smoke is just that. It's, oh yeah, wow, Ghost Gaming. Bayo is just a fiend out here right now.
Have all the smokes out here you want. A grenade does not care. Doesn't care. Bayo out here fishing in the wheat field. Look at him. Look at him. Vache popping up. Might have spotted out a helmet. Might have spotted out a backpack. But Ghost Gaming just hearing these bullets whiz right over their heads.
But they did get this next circle, which is absolutely massive for them. They are basically, them and Destiny are the only teams in this right now. Onyx have got to move in. Konina Power have got to move in, which means they've got to utilize what little cover they have, whether it's a crate, whether it's a hay bale. Not going to mean a whole lot. Is the last player from Destiny. Or actually, Destiny still got 3 up. It's Konina Power, I should say. It still needs to make this big trek.
They do have 3 up, but they are, at least Mihi, within range of grenades from Bayo. We can see Bayo trying to jump up, trying to get a little more distance on these grenades. Master, the clutch god, from Onyx. Tommy gun in hand. 0 kills, but you know what? Doesn't even matter. 8 points if they get taken out right here, right now. And
said they hold on.
Yeah.
And Spec goes down. This is big. He's going to be able to come back again. You talked about it, that car fort, but Master with the Tommy gun could do so much here to deny Konina Power taking over this first place position. Mihi has been spotted out, so has to be aware of how much cover do I try and survive through. Master taking the shots, reveals position. Yeah, he's able to get down Nomi. This is huge. This is one of the key players. Can they take them out? Can they confirm the kill before they get finished themselves? No, they cannot. Konina Power takes the point, but the damage may already be done. Nomi, I'm not sure if they're going to be able to get the revive. But Fashe was able to get behind that crate, found a one piece of hard cover to work with. This is going to give the team an extended breath of life.
Oh, that's if Mihi doesn't connect one of these grenades. That is if. Bale hopping off that HP. 7 kills so far. Fresh in a bush. 3 teams to go. Destiny really separated, which is good. Late game stakes is good because, you know, you don't want to be piled up. 1 grenade, 1 molly. Well, that could be the entirety of the squad. And Fashe. So did they get the pickup? They got the pickup onto Nomi, I believe. But Fashe receiving some shots from the DP of Bale.
And now, back in this exact same position, we just saw Master Swave is here. Looking to be suave with this pull-up. Uh-oh, and he knows exactly where they are now. This is going to be it. Nomi, I can't see Nomi's HP bar. That's how little health he has. And this is going to be absolutely massive. That one big nade. And now, with Ghost taking this damage, Konina Power is out in 3rd place. Still great points for them. But this is opening up things so much here for Destiny to actually usurp Ghost Gaming. Another big nade could be massive. The spread out play of Destiny is huge for them. But they did lose 1 player in all of this. And Ghost was able to get off all the revives.
Ghost Gaming, if they get this winner chicken dinner, they need to send some roses, some flowers to Destiny right here. Definitely helping out with that Konina Power push. But it's not over yet. A duo and Destiny still with grenades. Mihi traded on.
I think that's going to be it, Dave. I think that's going to be it. With Ghost Gaming, all 4 left alive, hunting down this final player of Destiny, who did so much work against Konina Power, but I think that may be all she wrote. And yes, it is. Ghost Gaming, I called it. I said they rarely lose when they get all 4 players up in this late game scenario. And I was absolutely right. Ghost Gaming get that chicken dinner here in our 3rd match on the last day. North America shows up. USA.
I believe first chicken dinner, 2, by the way. So GG's to them. That car fort play really paying off big because we saw at the end a lot of these teams, duos, and even Konina Power, for example, they didn't have the best optimal cover. They were forced to just snake it on out. Maybe a hay bale, but Ghost Gaming on the opposite end of things had that hard cover with those vehicles, and they played it so good, so well.
Yeah, I mean, just impeccable play from them, being able to identify exactly how far they could push. They didn't take any fights. They didn't know they could win, and they were able to keep their players alive. Absolutely critical, because this match, Dave, it didn't have the same explosive start we were hoping for, but the mid-game, the action did not stop. Alpha 7 going out early opened up so many opportunities, and I'm really excited to see what the scoreboard looks like after this game with Konina Power getting that 3rd place finish. But overall, props to Destiny as well, Dave. That team from Germany, we were hyped on day number 1 about this squad, and they showed up big here in game number 3.
And right there, you know, Ghost getting that winner chicken dinner. They had 4 up at the end. It's like, it's one of those moments that you got to scratch your head and be like, okay, Pachinki, we get it. You love Pachinki. But is it worth, you know, taking those early fights against guns? This game around, they looted Pachinki, and we saw they got in those vehicles. They tried to make a play, but instead of committing to that play, they said, let's just leave it. Let's just forget about it. And right there, they showed up late game 4 alive because they did not commit to that Pachinki fight against guns. So it leaves you to wonder, like, if they can do that in the last matchup today, they might be looking at some more placement points, some more kill points underneath their belt, really trying to maximize their amount of money that they'll get here to donate to those charities. Ladies and gentlemen, though, Erangel, done. We got 2 more games to go, Miramar, and a final Erangel. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after these sponsors.
With COVID-19, no one is safe until everyone is safe. Why do we say this? Our world is more interconnected than ever. Our economies and societies rely on international trade and travel. Just as this brought wealth and opportunity, it has made it easier for viruses to spread rapidly. Today, COVID-19 cases have been reported in almost every country in the world. This makes it vitally important that when safe, effective vaccines for COVID-19 become available, they become available for everyone at the same time. COVAX is a partnership aimed at making this happen. Launched by Gavi, CEPI, and WHO, COVAX offers countries access to the largest portfolio of potential vaccine candidates. By participating in COVAX, countries are not only reducing their risk, but they are contributing to a global solution by helping fund vaccines for countries that cannot afford to do so. By making their population safe, governments can help to make everyone safe. One world, protected.
We've got the OnePlus 9 Pro, and it's absolutely gorgeous.
Oh my gosh, this display is just out of this world.
Insane. It's got 65 watts of charging power.
The 9 series is next level.
PUBG Mobile World Invitational is powered by Gamers Without Borders and is brought to you by OnePlus, the official smartphone provider, Nemo TV, the official streaming platform, and STC, the official playout sponsor. And we're about to play out the show here as we're already 3 matches in, going into match number 4, a penultimate match of the day with Miramar right around the corner. But before we can get to that, we have to have Seven and Frost expertly break down everything that happened in this last match. And first off, we're going to have to start with this 7, and I'm sorry to say it. Alpha 7 going out relatively early in this one, and Kanina Power able to stay alive so long, they're able to, I guess, claw back at the lead that Alpha 7 were able to build up here in our first 2 matches of the day.
I think they're just trying to make it close for all the viewers at the end of the day. They're trying to wait until the last match so we can actually find out who's going to be the winner there. But I mean, to be fair, we got to give some credit to Team Queso. Team Queso being again aggressive against Alpha 7. They were able to get some knocks. Korea was able to get some knocks as well. But Team Queso just decided to go on full-on push. Alpha 7, I think, was taken back a little bit by that with the rotation too. They were kind of caught off guard. But hey, Kanina Power was able to take advantage of it and in a big way. This is something that we've been talking about in the previous segments as well, Frost, is Kanina Power aggressiveness going to hurt him? And guess what? On that last match, they were able to take over a compound, and then they decided to, you know what? We don't really have to fight anybody right now. Let's just wait it out and see what happens. They were able to secure themselves at least 16 points, 6 skills points, which is huge. And then a team, USA, baby, Ghost Gaming finally getting a chicken dinner. I knew they had, at some point, they had to wake up. They want to leave a good image for their fans in United States. 26 points for them is not bad. And then we have Destiny. Once again, some of these teams, Frost, especially with Destiny, we haven't seen them since day 1. Being able to put up 17 points, that's good for them.
Yeah, being able to stay alive with a lot of people towards the end as well. That's the kind of the key, right? You want to make sure that you do that. Now, we did see Kanina Power playing a little bit slow, as you're saying, but next Ruya, they got a little bit ahead of themselves. They had a really good start to the game. They had 9 kills, but when that second to last circle popped, what we saw happening was that they just bomb rushed it straight to the center. In an open field like that, you're just getting surrounded by 5 other teams and you're just gonna get shot down. They got in a little bit too early. I think like if they just took a little bit of a slow pill, take it a little bit easy, they could have gotten a lot more kills and they could have ended up with a win. But hey, they still managed to get himself a lot of points there. 13 points, that's going to put themselves up there towards the leaderboard still. So they're still in contesting for that first spot. But Kanina Power, I think that's a big one. With Alpha 7 and Road to Glory going out super early in this game, they were able to capitalize, getting that 16 points. That's going to close down the gap towards Alpha 7 right now.
Oh, it definitely will. That's one of the main things that we're definitely going to be following closely, considering the gap before this match was 25 points. And I mean, Kanina Power was definitely able to put up some points here. I do want to go towards the second page. I think Alpha 7 was, there you go. Alpha 7 was able to secure at least 2 points for themselves. And going back to RTG needs to be careful. Remember, this is a team that was in the top 3. They need to watch out for next Ruya. Luckily for them, 19 Esports didn't have a great performance there. They were only able to secure 3 points for themselves. Clash, we see them there with 4 points. And then we go down a little bit more. La Nostra MVP there with 3 points. There is one team I want to call out, and I want to see them again because they were becoming a bit of my favorite. Rod. I'm hoping Rod has at least 2 good matches here at the end. Remember, this is a team that was at one point in 15th place that were able to jump up all the way up to 8th place. And so far today, it hasn't been going their way.
Yeah, it hasn't been going their way, but for one team, it hasn't been going their way the entire event. But finally, as you guys have mentioned, Ghost able to strike back here. And want to take a look at their stats up against Kanina Power, who have been so consistent for the majority of this event as well. And I think we might see some interesting numbers here. I'm not quite sure exactly what could be shown, but we're going to see. I mean, Ghost, funny enough, even though they took the chicken dinner, they still only did barely more damage than Kanina Power. So again, with the kill difference, the damage difference, Kanina Power is still a massive threat in every match they play.
And what's crazy with Ghost Gaming is that even on an airing guild where they had to still worry about guns at the beginning of the match, I think it might be a little bit late, obviously, but I think they're finally starting to adjust on how to take on those fights. I mean, you see the damage right there, the kill especially, and I want to give some props to some of their overall players. HH24, today so far, he's been able to put up 6 kills. Spec, he's been able to put up 6 kills too. So it's not just Tensa and Beowulf that we're talking about here, it's just a whole team. And in regards to Kanina Power, I mean, even though they were passive, they still put up great damage numbers, and I think this is something some of the other teams are going to be looking at. We saw Alpha 7 slow it down a bit, worry about the end of the game, and then get those kills when they actually need to. And then with Kanina Power, they're starting to do the same. Which one of the other teams, top 3 teams, is going to do the same? I do expect RTG to at least react here and not lose that 3rd spot.
I want to see Kanina Power keeping all 4 alive though. Game after game after game, we just see them lose 1 or 2 players really early on, and they need to play down with 1 or 2 players, but they're still doing a great job. But imagine if they have all 4 up, what's going to happen then? What kind of power, what kind of Kanina Power are we going to see then? That's what I'm wondering. Now, also, Ghost, you got to give some props on that, how they managed to take out 19 Esports without losing a single one. That was just flawless, and that was from that little takedown on 19 Esports. They managed to get himself a great spot to work their way into those last circles.
All right, we got to jump in here really quickly because I know you guys really want to see this graphic before we do head into game because it's right around the corner. Our top 3 teams on Miramar, since that is going to be our next match played. And with only 2 matches left to go, you talked about RTG needing to step up here. But funny enough, out of all the teams that are in contention for our first place, it's still Alpha 7 with some of the best performances we've seen on this map.
And that's going to be scary because Alpha 7 is the leader, right? Or probably still in the lead. Now you're having 2 teams. Next, Ruya is also one of the contenders right now. Onyx, we've seen him do really good. And I mean, they can still grab himself a few points. And you can look at their average kills there. Remember that urban ending that they won out on? That was some impressive stuff. I want to see more of that.
And I think, I mean, if we have another urban ending, you know which team is definitely going to end up taking advantage of that? RTG. Because they're usually able to take advantage into that, especially with their dynamic rotations. They can either rotate early or they can rotate late. So that's another team I'm going to be looking at.
Well, you know what I'm going to be looking at? These cards that are going to be going live within the game of PUBG Mobile that you all at home who are watching can pick up for yourselves. We don't have an official date for you, but what I can tell you is you definitely need to look forward to when they do come out. Make sure to stay tuned to find out more information as well. Just like we're going to find out who's going to take our 4th match of the day. It's time to bring our commentators back in here as we get into the penultimate match. It's, of course, Invirum and Mustache Dave.
Thank you so much, Jason. Let's go. Let's get into game number 4. Only 2 left today to determine who will be our champions here for the PUBG Mobile World Invitational, powered by Gamers Without Borders. Dave, let's get this one underway. Let's heat things up. We're getting to the desert.
Eat it up. The penultimate map, as Jason, the host with the most on the desk, will put it. Miramar. It's been pretty exciting the last 3 days, as it's going to be pretty exciting this game around. I'm having a hot prediction. Urban combat. There you go. Urban combat finish. That's my hot take. That's where I see this game ending. But back to what you were saying. Gamers Without Borders. No one left behind. It's amazing. It's amazing to be a part of this. Thankful for all these squads, players participating in it and doing their part, making sure that these charities, get that money that they need to support those communities who just can't afford the vaccine that they much are in need of. So let's get into it. 2 more games to go here, Paul. Let's go.
Let's go. And just like this is the end of our weekend, this is the end of an amazing 6 weeks. This amazing initiative has been going on with a ton of awesome game titles. So, props so much to PUBG Mobile for getting involved and being part of this and helping to put so much money towards this fantastic cause. So take a look at this circle, Dave. Oh my goodness, it's going to be that kind of Miramar game.
Oh, you love to see it. If I'm Konina Power right now, trying to get those points to get that first place, $250,000 to donate to their charity of desire, I'm going to get a vehicle, and I might even just full send it up there to the north and try to claim a town to myself before anybody else can. Because if they play the slow game, they might have a big challenge ahead of them. You got Shivas, who are going to be probably rotating in that general southern west area. You got UDR, Team Queso. Team Queso, last game, pretty solid push. Not gonna lie, pretty solid push. So
it worked.
It works. When it works, it works, right? That's what we always say. But the point being, Konina Power, they need to keep this in the back of their minds. I'm sure they know who is probably dropping in the general area. All you need to do is rewatch the VODs, rewatch the footage. I want to see how they can adapt when they're not favored in the circle.
Well, I have to keep an eye on that. It's Alpha 7. Great position right now. Loca Nostra not too far. Clash going all the way up to Campo Militar. So they're going to be getting that nice loot up there in that military encampment. Got a couple of vehicles as well. Team Queso, though, part of the reason that push went so well for them the last game is because they were able to get 2 members of Alpha 7 down before they started it, which certainly is going to help. A 2v4 makes that just so much easier, which just goes to show why you should recklessly send into potentially 4 players when you don't always know who's there. So far, they're pretty quiet early start. I don't see too many crazy split drops, which you've seen teams get punished for in previous games. It seems like folks are somewhat sticking to themselves, or at least splitting in such a way that there's very, very little chance that they're going to get caught out. UDR Killers is potentially the only one that I'm looking at here. So looking at Guns and Extria Gaming, they're sharing El Pozo, but I don't think that's going to be a huge deal here for them. It will depend on how Guns wants to rotate on this next circle. Oh, but as I say that, there was one player, Dave. Did I curse him? Sebi, I'm so sorry.
Not a clue in the world. And you know what? This reminds me of that game I was talking about that I played last night on Arangel. There was a bot, right? I baited out the bot. I took out the bot just like that, and then I hit the prone. I hit the prone, and I just waited for the enemies to come, and they did. I had that light machine gun. I was prone, and I let it rip, baby. I let it rip. So you got to be aware. You have to be aware of your surroundings is the moral of the story. And I just wanted to tell it again because someone in the chat said Dave didn't get a 1v3. I did. All right, relax.
I believe it.
I'll post the replay.
I believe
it. And not only that, I just love the new machine gun. It fires so quick. I talked about day 1 faster than a Vector, does double the damage. But it is too much gun for me to handle if I don't swap it to the 660. There's 2 settings. There's the 990 setting, and then the 660 setting. If I got it on the 990 setting, I hold the button down, 75 bullets. It's
just out of there.
It's just gone.
Out of there.
And I'm like, oh man, I missed my target. So I gotta lower it down just a little bit. I'm not ashamed to say that. I'm not ashamed to say that. It's what I gotta do. Too much gun for me.
That's why we're talking about the game. That's why we're not the pros. We can sit back and watch these experts get it done. We get to just sit back and try and analyze, break down what makes them so darn good. As we're seeing Clash, talked about it earlier up there, and we'll see. These crates keep falling. Maybe they find themselves one of those light machine guns, because of course now as well having that big gun. The other one, the previous crate weapon out here on the map, always looking towards that M249, because it has been. I feel like you've said this multiple times. At least one player on the team always seems to have one, because it just offers you so much. And I also see it often in the hands of these more traditionally support-esque players, because you can sit back and play a cover position and you never have to reload. 150 if you got that extended mag. That's insane. You can offer so much supportive covering fire. You can help your teammates make risky crossings, push for off angles, help pick up those kills. There's so much that you can do with this weapon. And I just love that, again, how long has this game been out? And it continues to feel new and fresh and dynamic. They're constantly adding these new aspects to the game, constantly forcing and challenging the players to evolve, to get better with different guns, to change things up. And it just makes it so fun to watch, because it's even, from the last PMPL we cast to now, it's a different game.
Yeah, and you get, like you said, you get to watch these pro players. You get to see, what weapons, what attachments, what they like to run, and you could just hop into your own game and do the same thing. And
exactly.
I was trying to pull a She-Fan last night. It wasn't able to come out as clean and precise as She-Fan was with that light machine gun. But like you said, and I've been talking about this whole 4 days, we're in a machine gun meta. Now that the M249 is on the floor, it doesn't make sense not to pick it up. At least one teammate. In my opinion, like you said, it has the potential to just lay down that cover fire. It opens up a lot of potential, in my opinion, to really make some plays happen. As Tenta just checking out that sensitivity, making sure that bad boy's on point right there. It is on point. And I've been noticing, like, the top teams, Alpha, Konita Power, RTG, the top teams are those teams that are adapting to the new patches. Yeah, are changing up. They're not resistant. They're like, oh, M249, I'm not going to use that. No, they're like, oh, M249, we're going to make sure to use that. At least have one on the team. And we see that as well with UMPs. In the past, up close and personal used to be all about that Uzi. It went Uzi and then Tommy gun. Now, UMP all day. And we see it. We see these pro players adapting on the fly from one to the next day. And I love watching it, because, like you said, we get to watch it. And all you got to do, hop in the game, same thing. You try to do the same thing. And it's just a beautiful ecosystem to be a part of.
And you get to go into the Esports tab. You get to support your favorite team while you're at it. Oh, it's just a win-win-win.
So much. There's so much, yeah.
So much you can be doing here, because that's what we're doing. As these players are not doing, as they're all just chilling, because it's Miramar in the early game. RTG, though, the team we identified needing to change things up. Spotting out a player here from Destiny. They need to be cautious not to overextend on this push. They're being very smart about it. They know what's on the line for them as well. They have slowed down to a crawl. They put up 100 points yesterday, Dave. They are nowhere near that near that now. They need to make a change here in this fourth game if they have any hope of overtaking Alpha 7 way up there at the top.
And talking about that Esports tab real quick, yesterday I voted for Onyx. I got a couple points, so you know what? I took those points and I put those points on Destiny here today. Last game, not too bad. Not too bad. So far I'm looking pretty good when it comes to my Esports predictions up there within PUBG Mobile. What I want to see, though, 2 more games to go. If I had to really decide, I would be like, Destiny, you see the rotate out there. All right, your boy Mustache Dave's got his points on you. Try to get some vehicle explosions on RTG right now before repositioning. Try to go for those kill points, because in my opinion, I feel like that's what they're in search of, right? They're in search of just finding those consistent point games. And once when they lock that in, find that secret sauce, they're going to be representing Germany big time.
They are indeed keeping their eyes on the prize. And poor Onyx losing your points. But to be fair, Dave, Onyx is now in 14th. They have passed Team Queso Onyx finished day one with 4 points. They functionally didn't play day one. They have passed Team Queso playing one less day. Which, if I'm a Team Queso fan, come on! Them and Godsent down there at the bottom having a bit of a struggle. Godsent currently in 16th place, looking to try and change their fortunes here. Trying to look towards Nextria Gaming as we're seeing Alpha 7 getting involved in the Q feed. Uh-oh, Luna in a bit of trouble.
What is she gonna do down there? Pinned down.
Die.
Coming down to the sniper battles right here. Early, mid-game, so much terrain to really work with. And those snipers on the squad really excel here early game. You really get to see their skills because, you know, Erangel, Sandhawk, they don't really have the room to work with when it comes to sniping, right? We see occasionally, you know, a sniper, a bolty shot here and there, but Miramar is like, yeah, it's snipers heaven out here. Just an update real quick. Konina Power, remember I was saying they dropped all the way down there to the south. They're going to have a big time challenge ahead of them. Well, they went all the way to the north and then made a quick right-hand turn. And as of right now, they're going to be piling into the zone, but right next to Gun. So we'll have to pay attention to the kill feed as it's going to be the same story for a lot of teams. They're just being forced as each zone closes, just being forced to get so close to their opponents.
Because this is by far the most passive game we've seen yet over the course of the weekend. Teams, you can feel the pressure. You can feel it in the air of the lobby. Nobody wants to make a massive mistake. We've only lost 2 players over the course of this game so far. Still all 16 teams well up and alive, and we are almost at the 12-minute mark as the circle is continuing to center up. Crater Fields, water treatment, all these places are still in play, which means we've got a lot of elevation, a lot of different terrain, and a lot of little compounds for these teams still to play around, which means it can get very hectic because we can have these little battles break out and make it tough for other teams to necessarily third party, which means we just get to see these awesome 4v4 fights, which with Rod and 19E could potentially start to see that. Oh, that's come on.
Look at that.
That's
Popping
mean.
some tires. Talk about denying some utility and talk about denying a teammate. Team Queso, I saw Ayala and Rima. They popped out their vehicles because Onyx were near them. I believe Rima just underestimating the blue zone right there. We see them bleeding on out in Monte Nuevo. Their squad mates are repositioning right now. So Team Queso will be down a member. Unfortunate for them. They do have their fingers crossed. They're hoping. Yes! They had their fingers crossed. They were hoping for a hard shift. Well, Papa Blue delivered right there.
You cannot get a harder shift than that. And they're going to need it because they have a great little high ground position there up on that mountainside. And they are going to be able to make up for that deficit not having the player. But this northeast, look at this. 19, Alpha, Loca Nostra, Destiny, Ghost. Oh my goodness, Dave. This is going to get so chaotic because teams are trying to find a path in. And Godsent is right there waiting for them.
The Team Queso sacrificed Rima for that one, and it paid off big time. So they're going to have to defend if Onyx do decide to rotate towards them. We saw Acer on the main road. Might have spotted out that member from Alpha and immediately sent that bad boy into the foothills, into the mountainous terrain. They're going to be up here in the north. Like you said, Loca Nostra, Alpha, Destiny, Clash, Konina Power, a ton of teams going to be piling all on top of each other over here. This circle shift, so challenging as Sam. Damn, Acer laying down the cover fire. Yeah, because this zone, you got a big giant mountain towards the west, a big giant mountain towards the south, and then a nice little ravine, aka that road right between it, like slicing right down the middle. So to me, it's like 50-50. Do you want to occupy the high ground on the west or the south? And honestly, the next circle shift is going to be huge.
This is 1 and 2, Dave. This is 1 and 2. This is the last 2 players of Alpha 7, and this is Konina Power rolling up on them. I don't know if Konina Power is aware that this is the squad they're potentially about to fight, but this could be absolutely massive for Konina Power if they want to try and bring this one back. They're going to try and reposition, find a different angle, and Alpha 7 is just, they're full bailing because they're realizing they're on the outside of the circle. They're not in an optimal position. Alpha 7, their whole mission right now is just survive, and giving over the points to the team that's primed to usurp you, that is a worst case scenario, but it looks like right now with Clash in the picture, Alpha 7 can breathe a sigh of relief.
I think Freak just tried to send that bus up the hill, and they're like, okay, it doesn't have enough horsepower. And the thing is, with the Crater Field, like, you don't want to go inside of it because you're pretty much sealing your coffin at that point. We got 5 teams on the hill. Crater Field's like on the tip, on the crest, on the top. So, and that's what we're seeing right now. Like, they're all just taking shots at these teams, just trying to make their way into the zone.
Yeah, and man, Clash doing at least a little bit of damage before they go down themselves, but still giving over those kill points potentially. Hang on, Nomi. Oh my goodness. Acer almost was able to pull that one back. Still has 2 first aids. We'll be able to get them off in time. But Frost called it in the analyst segment. He said, I need Konina Power to make these rotations without losing players, and it seems like it's just impossible for them to do. They just have to lose somebody in the process.
Next zone goes up, so they might have lost one, but they're probably gonna lose all of them right now. They got
they're so far.
Yeah, they got
so far.
Not the most optimal vehicle to be traversing this terrain. The coupe right there in front of us. Oh, the blue zone on top of them. Yeah, the zones. Honestly, it's not like you could be like, oh, they just played that one bad. It's the zones.
No.
This is second hard shift in a row. You really can't plan for it. And it's just unlucky. Just an unlucky zone shift, honestly.
Unlucky unless you're RTG, who it seems like once again have made the correct sacrifices to the Circle Gods because they are in a prime position right now. Only the last dregs of some of these other squads are potentially fighting up against them here as more teams are continuing to take each other out. Next, Ria Gaming and Ra'ad. That was the most optimistic first aid I've ever seen.
If I first aid, maybe they won't take me out. You know, maybe they won't see me. Invisibility cloak.
What are they, a T-Rex?
The skill set.
What are they, Godzilla? Hey, is that how that works?
Look at this, M249. We were talking about it, and I love it when we get to see it firsthand come into play. You got Destiny trying to YOLO send it right past that one. Loca Nostra. Looks like they're going to be using this boulder for the time being. But it's all for none, in my opinion. Look, they're all the way up there to the north. They need to move.
They do indeed. Oh my goodness. Alpha 7. Oh, in a bit of a rough spot here, Dave. Stenetexa is now the last one standing up on a hill. I don't think that's how bushes work, but I really appreciate the thought process. Trying to hide that vehicle there as these long-range shots, the SLR, getting loud. Looking over towards Bass. Maybe just pull out that M4. Okay.
Got him.
Who's getting it? Who's getting it?
Right there.
Fache stole it with the UMP. Fache stole it with the UMP. Yeah. Got him.
Oh, it's not over yet. It's not over yet. 19E, we were talking about they were kind of deadlocked out here, now being forced to reposition a couple vehicles. A vehicle versus M249. Your chances are going to be pretty low if you are driving that bad boy. We got Turkey down there in the zone, just laying down the fire, and all these squads trying to make their way in.
And Senetex has been spotted. Multiple squads getting shots on that last player from Alpha 7. Every team in the lobby suddenly perks up if they see that name. Hit the kill feed one more time, repositioning the vehicle, trying to keep it alive just a little bit longer. Just trying to debate how or if they want to do this send. Do they do it on foot? Do they do it in the vehicle? What are the chances looking like as Loca Nostra is continuing to go down? It looks like Destiny's saying, oh, okay.
So close. Just keep going. That's what they said. We almost made it.
Just keep swimming as they're pushing on in. Up against G-Fan right here. The pre-fire on the corner, but the wall is there. Getting third party, though. This is absolutely huge for G-Fan. As he didn't have to do a thing. Destiny with the send, but on the wrong side of that line of scrimmage. G-Fan saying, okay, maybe I'm just going to stay inside because it's dangerous out there.
G-Fan didn't have to move a finger right there. Talking about moving a finger, though. Sandro up here on the roof, cooking this grenade. Penta does not have the sight lines, but they will see that grenade getting chucked up there in the distance, so they are going to be aware now that the enemies are right there. This is on the edge out here to the east. Next zone does not favor them, so Ghost Gaming looks like they'll be popping into the party bus, flash bike, and they're just going to leave that one be.
Absolutely the right call. This has been hard shift after hard shift after hard shift, and RTG have been on the benefiting end of it time and time again. UDR Killers is trying to put some long-range shots down into Ghost, but they are having absolutely none of it. But now they're going to have to go into that RTG squad. They are split. RTG is, which could be a blessing or a curse here. Senke needs to live. If he goes down here, there is no one who can save him.
Senke, though, a strong player. We've seen him have some individual performance games, 8 kills or whatnot. But Spec, taking out that off angle El Chapo out there in the distance. So Carry Boy was able to pull up to Senke. They are going to be occupying this hill, but I believe El Chapo is just going to bleed out there.
Yep. Yeah, and my eyes tricked me in the moment. It was El Chapo who was out on that off angle. Senke does have Carry Boy with them, but with this opening, they are just running, Dave. Zero hesitation, zero shame. Full retreat, get on out of here because ghosts are coming to make us ghosts. And they are going to do just that. Senke with a scrap of HP just trying to live as that last RTG player will make it into the zone as Chapo drops.
Yeah, right there, to me, that was Marshall saying, yo, fellas, like, you got to group up with me. I got this hill, I got the eagle eye in the sky. Timing might not have been the best, but Senke still will be alive. As Godsent going to be pulling up. UDR trying to take the fight.
They are indeed, as 19 is getting eliminated as well. So much action in the kill feed as Godsent UDR Killers trying to get involved here. Lubomir is getting shot from the off angle. Good play to get down some smoke to try and create some covers. The nades are coming out. Sandra with the blind fire. Nade will do some damage, but the third party could still come on in here. There it is. Waiting for it. UDR Killers needs to be careful. Other teams giving Godsent a second to breathe. It's Chivas Esports at range with the M4. Nowhere is safe on this last ditch Miramar map. The last one of the PUBG Mobile World Invitational. None of these teams want to go out quiet.
What an angle we saw down there from Jacob. I mean, talk about having all the safety on your side just to pop that little window and third party that one. UDR, not safe. That rotation, that play was the play for Godsent, but underestimating the ability of the third party potential.
You cannot underestimate that. Again, we, with our perfect vision, saw those other players taking damage. We saw Godsent in a bit of a rough spot. And finally, Nano is going to be able to thread the needle for what those opponents can see and try and clean up these last few kills. Train's going to get out as well, which means it all comes down to Ennui off on that outside as the circle shifts. Where is it going to go?
And it's going to go to Guns. Guns having a great day. Team Queso, slow and steady. That sacrifice paying off as they still will have 3 up. Now, uphill battle for Chivas.
And they're looking right towards Guns, but Guns is going to be in a great position to just rip them off the face of this map. This cover is not going to last for long. Fran needs to be... I don't even know what Fran can do in the situation. The smokes are going to have to be perfect, and they're going to need a little bit of luck, as UDR Killers and Ghost are going toe-to-toe as well on the high ground. Tensa just continuing to ADS, try and find the shots. As UDR Killers does go down, Spec on the outside. Beautiful play from Ghost. Dave, where was this team all weekend?
They're here now, and that's all that matters as I see a grenade getting chucked down there below. Chivas getting connected on. Freak looking to get the double trouble triple. That Bronco able to deflect it. Regardless, though, was that a pan?
A pan?
Yeah, regardless, though, Chivas, they are just stuck. We do see the smoke, so that will buy them some time to reposition. But look at this, Hamoudi, MK14 in the bush. Talk about intel. Hamoudi is going to catch him off guard.
Yeah, I think Hamoudi, I don't think they realize that anyone from Guns has been able to rotate up this close. There is a gap in the smoke, and he can hear the footsteps. He's going to push up now, grenade in hand, caught with the pants down, but Luck's able to survive. That's absolutely huge. While all this is going on, Nextria Gaming is heel striding to the outside, as we're actually seeing Guns. Oh, the third party! This is huge! Wait, and Team Queso.
From the blue, talk about playing spoiler. And Jacob, Chivas, they're still kicking. They're still alive down here.
They are indeed. Guns is getting pressured on both sides. Nextria in the blue, Team Queso on the other side, they had to pick a fight. And so they tried to take it with Chivas, but they were getting exposed to that player out in the blue that they did not account for. Dave, you are absolutely correct. This is massive as Lord is finally starting to fight back. They're finally deciding we need to pick one of these fights, but it's a 1v3, and I do not envy them. And just like this, Chivas suddenly has a breath of life.
Seriously, I mean, they still somehow managed to keep 3 up. In an uphill battle. Team Queso taking full advantage, catching Guns off guard. Now it's up to Lord, and look at that. That window for Chivas to push uphill is huge as Lord gets taken down.
And just like that, Guns is out. cannot say enough good things about Chivas Esports after that. Any lesser team would have buckled under the pressure, but instead they are just taking on this game. Marco goes down. That was a third-party angle from Ghost Gaming, who found the angle into RTG. Oh no, Dave, this is disastrous for RTG. Senke needs to go absolutely massive, but Tensa finds the off angle. There's no hope for them. Ghost is just going to say goodnight.
Wow, you had Spec on the high ground, keeping them pinned down. Tensa go for that clutch play, wrapping around, able to get one, traded on in the process. Bayo, though, trying to salvage the play. Marshall right there on the corner, pinned down. Molly, that should do it. No, the Molly not connecting. Spec needs to be very careful not to slip right here. Very careful. We'll get back to that because Chivas in a fight with Team Queso.
And Spec does end up taking him out in the kill feed. Trying to catch all these fights as once. Hey, RTG, though, still making it to the top 4, so a better performance here from them. Trying to make it up to that top spot. We'll see if they did enough in terms of kills. 13 points will be pretty darn solid for them, but now it comes down to Team Queso, Ghost, and Chivas as Team Queso is looking to finish what that other squad started, as Chivas is running away. Full retreat right now as the Yala is hunting.
Jacup always, every time we look at Jacup, always with a grenade in hand, ready to go. Gonna be tossed that one. Ayala taking a little bit of damage right there. Jacup needs to be mindful though. Ghost Gaming high ground. Bale keeping Jacup pinned down.
Yeah, Ghost Gaming though, losing that one player in the fight up against RTG could be the biggest difference maker here. Having 3 players would be massive for them as they do have to push their way slowly down this hill into all 3 members of Team Queso, but Jacup on the outside, which could third party either of these squads. He's not going to discriminate. If he sees a player, he is going to shoot.
Up does have that boulder. It is in the zone. A ton of smokes right now. I like that. Oh, Spec Bayo. They're playing this one slow. No reason to overextend. No reason. Just see where the next zone goes. As I say that, Bayo flashed.
Itsu doesn't want, because they're going to be able to have the audio cues from the footsteps here. Oh! Bayo gets the first down. That's massive. He's going to make this a 2v2, but Jacup could still come in. He's going to try and confirm the kill. He wants to get that point. Isn't able to do so. Bayo, you can feel the nerves through the screen as the play zone is going to deny Ayala there. That's massive. Ghost Gaming won every single one of these points. And Nitsu, though, with nerves of steel. He spotted the backpack, though. Bayo jumps. Misplay! Oh, no, Dave! He did not mean to do that. And this was a gift just delivered to Team Queso.
Oh, close, but that animation, the landing animation, might have done him in as Jacup from the tail end of this one trying to backstab Team K. So now it's Spec against the world.
Spec was actually able to steal that kill as well, so it's just a pure 2v1. If Bayo had been able to get one down there in that crazy jump play, this may have been Ghost Gaming in an advantageous position, but instead it's just an outright 2v1 and everyone knows where everyone is. The circle centers up. It does not favor Ghost. He's gonna have to move. Full med, full stim. Let's go.
If there's a player that can do it though, it is Spec. It is Spec. 5 kills so far. M4 lock and loaded. Opt an energy
drink. For that HP.
Yep, waiting
for that HP. He's gonna try and get a lucky lob here. Oh no, he's walking quiet. He's walking quiet with the pan out. I almost wish he threw a smoke in the other direction if he had one, just to try and bait his opponents in what direction he might be going in. But I'm not sure if he probably... the utility's got to be absolutely none at this point. But that could have been a big play. We'll see. It all comes down to the double peak here from Team Queso. Who can hit those shots just a little bit better? Can Spec get it done? They're going to know exactly where he is. Who's going to move first? It's Team Queso. Looking for the first knock. Can't quite find it yet. All about the angle here. It actually is the bit of cover. Team Queso is going to double push into him right now. Up over the... Can Spec find it? Gets one. Looking towards the other. Full HP. And he wins it. The 2v1. Are you kidding me? Ghost Gaming with another chicken dinner. He used the terrain perfectly. It didn't look like he had the advantage, but he was able to hit those shots. Dave, what a play here. North America just went off.
Spec, I said Spec, if there's a player from Ghost Gaming that can do it, Spec is that dude. Spec, using that UMP.
That guy.
Using
that guy.
Hey, using that UMP to pretty much chunk down Team Queso. Both players, about 50% HP. And then, of course, that quick swap at the end. You called it using that terrain. Spec kept popping over the hill and pulling back, using that terrain to soak up some of those bullets from Team Queso. Huge play. I can only imagine the pressure, too, in that situation. Ghost Gaming, they went from no chickens coming into today to now 2 chickens climbing up that leaderboard.
Absolutely crazy, and I say it again. Where was this team all weekend? Because this is the Ghost that the North American fans have been looking for. This is the Ghost that we hyped up. This is the reason they're representing the United States of America. It's because of plays like this. But at least, hey, we're seeing it here on the final day. There's so much action here on Miramar. So many crazy third parties. Probably more third parties than we see even on a map like Sandhawk, Dave, just because of these big extended sight lines. It felt like everybody was getting involved with every fight.
and I'm not gonna lie, Spec coming in clutch right there, good, because remember, Bale slipped on a banana peel up there. So if Bale wouldn't have slipped, that would have had a 2v2 at the end, right? So hey, mistakes happen, and maybe it was planned. Is this right there? That's it right there. That was planned. That was Bale jumping out. Confirmed. I didn't see a banana peel. But yeah, Spec, man, spamming the crouch back and forth. Team Queso, though, another solid game. You can't hate it. They got a couple kills, second place. They are playing pretty consistent here today. So, ladies and gentlemen, wow, 4 games in the book. We got 1 more to go. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
We've got the OnePlus 9 Pro, and it's absolutely gorgeous.
Oh my gosh, this display is just out of this world.
Insane. It's got 65 watts of charging power.
The 9 series is next level.
PUBG Mobile World Invitational is powered by Gamers Without Borders and brought to you by OnePlus, the official smartphone provider, Nemo TV, the official streaming platform, and STC, the official playout sponsor. 4 of our 5 matches today have been finished off, and we've seen the rise of some teams we never expected to show up in this event after seeing them on day 1. But Ghost have been able to do just that here. Don't laugh in B7, it's 100% true, you know it is. But hey, at least they put North America on the map when it comes to the final day. Will it be enough for them to move up the rankings? We'll find out in a little bit of time. But now we have to start to focus in on them, and more importantly, focus in on our top 3 teams right now, still fighting to take home that $250,000 of Jason Kaplan. We got Frost, we got Seven Worlds Gaming. Let's start off by talking about Ghost here, boys. Seven, I'm throwing it to you because you know what? You're in North America. You're in the US of A at the moment. Tell us about them, man. How do you feel like they did?
Dude, it makes me so happy that Ghost has been doing well. As Paul said it, this was the team we've been expecting the whole time. Everybody expected Ghost to be able to do this. We know they have the fragging power. We're not really sure what was going on there between the first 3 days. And a fun little stat that I kind of want to throw at you, especially with the clutch plays that you just saw there from Spec. In the first 3 days, he was able to put up 19 kills. Today alone, Spec has been able to put up 13 kills, and I think that's a huge part of why Ghost Gaming has been able to perform so well today. 27 points for them. Man, I wish they would have done this before. And a little bit of props too for Team Queso. Hey, Team Queso, 20 points. I really thought you guys should have won that, as I'm pretty sure everyone currently watching this thought you guys should have won that. It wasn't played as well, but hey, you got to get some points, and you guys were able to just be able to do that. Chivas Esports there with 15 points. Another team that we've been kind of talking about that hasn't really been as flashy. It's been a little bit consistent, but kind of quiet. RTG Esports being able to secure those 13 points, and that is going to be huge for us because we saw Kanina Power and we also saw Alpha 7 go out early in this match.
Yeah, once again, 2 of the top 3 going out early, and one of them taking advantage of that. Last time we saw it was Kanina Power. This time it's Road to Glory that is taking that advantage. Getting himself 13 points here on the board, and that's going to propel himself up there. Remember, the top 3 right now, they are so top heavy. We've seen them time after time just grabbing all those points. So we just got to have to see what's going to happen. But let's take a look at 9th to 16th here. We're going to see 2 of the top 3 teams that we're talking about. Alpha 7 there with 2 points, and then of course you have Kanina Power with 3 points. So Kanina Power gaining 1 point on Alpha 7. Every point will matter, remember that, because it's so close between all of the top 3, which we'll see later on, of course. But we still have some teams down here. Destiny, we've seen them do good earlier, but right now only 1 point. That's not gonna be enough. And Red, again, only 1 point. We were hoping for a little bit more from them.
And Jason, something I wanted to point out, and correct me if I'm wrong here, at least Ghost Gaming, they're trying to get that first place in regards to today alone, right? Just being able to get the team with the most points today. And if I'm not mistaken, if they do end up in first place in regards to just points alone for today, they're able to give that to their charity. Am I correct in that?
That is true. First place at the end of the day will get themselves $80,000 to donate to their charity. And then, of course, there's a separate prize pool when it comes to our first place overall in the event. But I'll tell you this, right now, Ghost Gaming, with that 80 grand they're looking to win today, they're actually looking to win quite a bit more because they have moved up the rankings quite a bit here in 6th place. You know what? We dogged on them for so long, being into like, what, 14, 13th place, without in 6th at the moment, and just shy of 19 Esports.
That is some impressive stuff to see, actually. They started off the day with 84 points, so if I'm not totally wrong here with my quick math, they should have gotten themselves 75 points in just the previous 2 games, 53 points. They had a back-to-back win. That's the first back-to-back win we have here. And it's amazing to see how much they propelled themselves up there. And I mean, they could even take another spot here. It's all about that NA on NA action, right? Ghost Gaming versus 19 Esports right now. 3 points between them. But look at the top, though. That's what we want to know, right? Right now, Alpha 7, 223 points. Kanina Power, 213. Road to Glory, 205. And Next Ruya, just a little bit behind, 191. They could still get themselves a few more placements as well. Coming in with just 1 more game, I don't know what we're expecting here, because it's been so much up and downs from all the top teams in the previous games here. Some of them performing, some of them not performing. Kanina Power losing a player early, Alpha 7 going out early, and I mean, it's anybody's game still.
Yeah, and something that you mentioned that I really love, Frost, is Kanina Power being able to just keep their team alive, man. I think we saw it perfectly there. Paul was able to mention it out as well. They just keep getting caught rotating. They're gonna have to find a way here, especially in this last match when their difference between first place and themselves is only 10 points. They need to find a way to just keep all those players alive at least towards the end. I know it's easier said than done, but you know who's gonna be doing that? Alpha 7. We saw a completely different shift in their game style today. They've been playing a little bit more passive. They've been able to control more of that switch. When they need to be aggressive, they're aggressive. If they see teams close to them, they're not willing to just fight them right away, as we've seen on the previous 3 days. RTG, I feel like that was a much needed match. They're putting themselves at least within 18 points of first place, which we know they're definitely capable of doing that. And Next Ruya, I mean, they can definitely push for that 3rd place. They really don't have to worry about 19 Esports and Ghost Gaming. And something that you mentioned there, the North American battle, trust me, there's a lot of bragging rights with this one, all right? There is a difference in $10,000 as well for their charities, but I'm pretty sure Ghost Gaming is going to be looking up to at least past 19 Esports, and Beowulf's going to be looking to make sure Carnage doesn't say too much smack on Twitter.
You're getting ahead of yourself here, because think about how all of our Aaron Gills start off. Ghost Gaming and Guns going head-to-head in Pachinki. Now the question comes, will one of these teams adapt? Will Ghost specifically get away from Guns, or maybe try not to fight them early on so they do have that chance to rank up a little bit further?
Oh man, I would be surprised if Ghost changes anything in this last match. I mean, at this point, you've been landing on Pachinki every single time. Why change it? Just go for it. And they actually been able to win more engagements as of today against Guns. I don't know. I think they both end up hot dropping each other again.
Okay, one thing though, we know that Alpha 7 is gonna drop in North George. That's where they loot, and they played slow from there. Now, Fairy Crafting, is Kanina Power gonna do anything about it? Are they gonna drop nearby? Are they gonna try to punish Alpha 7 on that? Because they know exactly how they're gonna be playing it out, so you can do something about it. That's the only team that is standing between you and the first place, between you and the 250k prize pool to charity. So, are you willing to sacrifice it? Because if you lose out on this, you might lose not just the first place, but the second spot as well, with Road to Glory being just a few points behind you. I don't know. What do you guys think?
That's you took it away from me too, and I was gonna say, I mean, with Road to Glory being so close to them now, especially after that last match, I don't think Kanina Power is gonna try to challenge that, especially early on.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we got to get into this game in a second, boys. I mean, we do have our competition going on in-game. We also have a competition going on out-of-game where you can get a viewer milestone and get yourself some rewards. It's the last chance to hit it here, so make sure to tell everyone on Twitter, whatever social media platform you use, reach out, get people here, and hope to hit those milestones, because you know what? This is going to be an exciting final to finish things off with 3 teams in contention for that first place. And we got to throw it over to our commentators for the very final game here of the PUBG Mobile World Invitational, brought to you by Gamers Without Borders. 7 for also seeing a little bit of time. Let's bring in not 7. You stay out of here, 7. You're going to be in there in the green room watching it with me. We got Environment Mustache Dave to call all the action here for the final match.
Thank you so much, Jason. Go relax. Back-to-back shows, last 4 days. This guy is an absolute beast, as are these players competing here at the end, all for a good cause. Dave, as we get into our 20th match, our 5th and final game of the day. Once again, back to Erangel. This one's for all the marbles. So many teams still in contention. Who will be our invitational champion? Dave, let's find out.
Let's get into it. See that play from Spec right there? That reminds me of my 1v3 last night. I'm just joking, dude. I'm just joking.
Okay. All right. I was gonna. Okay.
All right. Hey, no, just joking. But talking about Ghost, though, if I am Ghost, I think I'm going to drop Pachinki and do something similar to what we saw them in game number 3. They tried to get a pick. They quickly realized, okay, we did not get that one trade, and they immediately got their loot, got in their vehicles, repositioned. I feel like now, with 2 chicken dinners underneath their belt, they got their head in the game. And I think with your head in the game, you got to put your ego to the side. We love the Pachinki battle, the clash. It's amazing. It's awesome. Popcorn flying everywhere. But they're truly in a position right now to rack up some more money for their desired charities. So I'm very optimistic that they're probably not going to take this straight gunfight with guns.
No, there's absolutely 0% chance that you take that. While there is, again, the risk reward of those 4 points, absolutely not worth it in this context. Absolutely not what you want to be doing here. You want to be going for those late game plays. You want to be looking for that 3rd back-to-back chicken dinner. As we're seeing the circle center up to the northwest this time. Not one we've seen a ton here. Georgia's still in play. We'll keep an eye on this one. They're looking towards Kanina Power. We're looking towards Alpha 7. We're looking towards RTG. Those teams in the top 3, those are really the ones we're looking for here, the ones that are vying for it. As we're seeing these teams just start to loot, chill out. As Loca Nostra as well. Alpha 7 down there with Raad on Military Island. That's the biggest thing I'm looking at here, Dave, because normally Alpha 7 drop in the north. I mean, yeah, we're going to see a little bit of a fight here out, but I mean, there's a chance Alpha 7 doesn't make it off Military Island. That's huge. I understand going for an adjustment. Is that because you think they thought they were going to get hot dropped?
Maybe a little bit of the flight plan too, right? I don't know. There's definitely a couple factors, but I know for one fact though, they're probably going to be regretting it, right? Because Georgia Pool, North George, that's where they tend to go. It's wide open, baby. It's free and clear. So Alpha 7, if intentional, they're dropping military base. They're looking to get some kill points early game. They can afford it, right? They're at 223. Konina Power right behind them, 213. So they do have a slight buffer, but they have to assume, like Team Queso, they're going to gatekeep that bridge, which they tend to do often. And back to this very crucial, important fight here in Pachinki. Looks like Guns all grouped up this time around, not kind of playing their little solo splits. Meanwhile, Ghosts all on their own individual compounds getting some loot.
Yeah, Tensa, I think his job there is to make sure that they don't cross that sort of imaginary line of scrimmage, that they don't aggress into that Ghost Gaming line as much as it's, potentially getting a shot, potentially getting a kill. I would be very surprised if they don't just back up full reset. Alpha 7 down here on military. They've got a ways to go here. And again, a very, very different path for them. And again, I understand this, not wanting to get hot dropped, not wanting it to be predictable, but at the same time, this is so different from everything they've done for the last 15 games. You add your own variability to this. Wow, thanks, Observers. Just these gorgeous aerial shots. This Konina Power is out here in crates. Another one of these teams up there at the top, only 10 points behind Alpha 7.
And this right here, although the zone doesn't favor Alpha 7, I think it's a heads-up play, though, regardless, because Konina Power, just a little north of Mount Everest, you have to assume they're right here, they're in crates. Their plan was to get this loot as quickly as possible and try to take out Alpha 7. Go for that big, risky play if they want to snatch that first place position, that $250,000 to donate to their charity. But look at this. Ghost up here at the church.
And Guns knows it. They are mad. They are not happy at how much momentum Ghost has been able to build for themselves. So Guns looking to shut it down right here, right now. Ghost, the full eject button right on out of there. 3 players in 1 vehicle. A risky bit of maneuver as Ralph is looking for the shots. Is going to do a little bit of damage, but they are going to be able to make it out alive. That was huge.
And this is what we predicted. Ghost not wanting to take the early fight. Their heads in the game now, looking for that third chicken dinner, looking to truly capitalize on their momentum here today to try to get as much money as possible to donate to their desired charity. So they are able to pick up another vehicle in the process. Shivas, though, also around the general area of Ghost. Whoa! Riding on 2 wheels out here. So this is going to be near ruins as looks like they made it here for now. Safe and sound.
And I think at this point, the goalpost has shifted very slightly, of course, for Ghost Gaming. While, of course, the more, the higher the placements they get, the more they're able to donate to a charity of their choice. But also now, they're only 3 points behind 19 Esports, one of those other North American squads. Long history with all of these players competing together, and they do not want to lose as a dedicated 4-stack up against a team that was just formed for this tournament. It sounds like G-Fan still is over on Nova, so this is going to be a permanent thing. But still, Ghost Gaming doesn't want to lose to that, and they have made an epic rally to try and take it back from Team Canada. So we'll see how 19 and Ghost do as that little private war goes on in this 5th game.
Honestly, I think it's just Ghost Gaming watching the stream and like listening to 7 be so hard on them. Like, yo, 7, we're gonna show up. We're gonna show up today. All right, 7, we're doing this one for you. And yesterday they were like 14th position. Right now, I know we keep talking about Ghost Gaming, but come on, like they went from 14th yesterday, 6th place as of right now. 2 chicken dinners here today. It's a big story. It's a big story because also they get hot dropped with Pachinki. There's a lot going on.
And the biggest thing that I'm noticing, Dave, is that 19 Esports got to Everest before Godsent. Godsent made a fast rotation play last game, forced 19E out. They were doing donuts in the fields for the next 10 minutes after that, trying to find a home. Didn't have a whole lot of success with it. But this time, they're doing their traditional 2-2 split. 2 up on the high ground, 1. But uh-oh, it's not working out for them as we see the first down there getting caught on the other side, as we're seeing all the teams down in military now forced to look to make this rotation as the blue comes in. It's the first zone, Dave. Doesn't do a whole lot of damage, but they will be just fine. However,
Alpha hard camping this bridge. They know Rod like to use this area. They could have easily sent it across the bridge, repositioned, got into the zone, but they all got their tactical positions. As we see right here, Alpha 7. I love this. I love this. The planning involved right here to sit back. They laid out the bait. They waited. The patience. They're looking for kills this game, Paul. I'm concerned. Alpha 7 on the hunt in the final match. I'm concerned for everybody else.
I mean, 100%. They waited in perfect unison to take those shots together. That player never stood a chance. Inhale, exhale, and you're already gone. As 19 Esports is just trying to stabilize their 2-2 split like I talked about, actually punished because of the off angles that Godsent was playing here. Both of these teams fully cognizant of what the other squad is trying to do. And it looks like 19 will be able to stabilize, but Acer took a lot of damage for it. Going to be forced to use some of these meds, the first aids, and we'll see how that vest and helm are doing after this. As Alpha 7 pick up that first kill, but you're right, Dave. They are sharks in the water right now, and Clash might be the next one up on the menu.
This game's pretty hype. The 20th match here, you got Alpha 7 on the hunt this game, looking to just steamroll the lobby. You got Ghost Gaming playing for the chicken dinner, looking for that third win here today. Zone goes up. Destiny up there, shooter range, favored. RTG, consistency has been their bread and butter here in this event. Right now, pretty center location on the north end of that Georgia Pool Inlet. And they get some kills here. They've been having an okay day. Not what we expected from them coming into today. RTG, though, third place. Third place, definitely within striking distance of being able to, if they get chicken dinner with some kills, they might even be able to take out Alpha, depending on if Alpha, get taken out early.
I mean,
maybe 18, it's gonna be hard.
18 points. Yeah, it's 8 points for Kunina Power and 18 for Alpha 7. Doable, as we've seen 34-point games happen in this day so far. Nothing out of the realm of possibility. RTG doing their thing. If there's a possibility that the circle goes over or under the river, they sit right on the coast. We're seeing UDR. And a bit of trouble here as Guns is looking to come in and do some work. Rauf is looking angry here. The rest of the squad might try and get involved on the outside. We're seeing more squads potentially looking to get involved here as Sebi with that UMP. He's just trying to stay alive.
A lot of scrappy battles right here. Tossing a grenade. Didn't go out the window. Might have, but they are straight surrounded here. Guns, we saw him earlier on. 19 kill game. Looking like UDR might just be clocking out early. Oh, as I say that though, confirmed. Oh no, Guns. Oh no, Guns. Lord bleeding on out as well. Hamoudi forced. Hamoudi needs to win this.
How is Sebi doing this? How are they still alive? Finally go down. Oh my goodness. Guns, what was that play? You can't let the solo confirm the kills. That player was parched. They're making you pay for it, Dave. That was a pure misplay there. Absolutely stellar last-ditch play there from Sebi, but just you cannot allow that to happen at this level of play as Kunina Power, the team in second place, looking to rack up some more kill points. They've already got 3, and now Team Queso is the one in their sights.
Kunina Power, they're looking for at least 10 points to match Alpha 7 Esports, that first place spot. 3 kills already.
Oh.
3 kills. It's a close race at the top. It's a close race at the top. So looks like Marco going to be peeling on off. What did you see? What would you say O to?
Oh, you read my mind. Alpha 7 did a long route up through Yasnaya and came in just south of Severny, which is their normal spot, Dave. This is where they normally rotate to on Northern Circles, but they went a completely different route. Now they have military loot, and they've already picked up a kill, and now they're back in familiar ground. I just love this play from Alpha 7. That's the team that everybody's chasing, but it's going to be hard to surpass them when they're making heads-up plays like that.
Yeah, definitely trying to be somewhat unpredictable. And that's something that we talk about all the time. Like, if you're in first place, you will have a target on your back. We got Team Queso, we got Konina Power, and I believe even Onyx, a couple members of them up there in that North George location, as Alpha going to be going for that northern position. They might have seen that crate. The zone, though. The zone.
Oh.
We got some water, North George. Those fields up there to the north, talk about some terrain. So Destiny, they have a big job ahead of them. They have the potential to gatekeep Alpha right here.
I mean, there's a lot that could happen here. This is not a circle. This is not a circle we've seen yet, Dave. Destiny, I agree, is the team I'm absolutely looking towards. Alpha is taking the absolute longest route. They have gone full south to full north. This team, I would be curious to see their distance traveled this game, because it's probably preposterous. As the apps in North George are suddenly, we went from empty to full attendance. I mean, just hope you're not in like San Francisco or something, because it's gonna be expensive, very expensive.
Alpha 7 going on the full tour here, and then the final map of the evening. 19E though, Konina Power. Remember, 10 points behind that first place spot. 19E awfully close to them. Konina Power need to make sure not to get caught off guard. They do not want to lose anybody this early on, especially with already 3 kill points underneath their belt. Already a great start to this game. If they're looking to match that of Alpha 7. It's gonna be a tight battle here though. A lot of teams opting to crash this North George apartment area and take it up residents, like you said, that cover.
Super crucial here. And of course, Ghost Gaming and 19 Esports are getting involved once again. 3 points separating those squads. We'll see Nextria Gaming and Loca Nostra in the kill feed popping up. Those squads out on the eastern edge of the circle getting punished. That rotation caught out, frozen, hard denying them. There they are. This team is in shambles. They might be the next one down and out. Frozen, no hesitation. He's going to go clean up these kills.
You know who this is kind of good for is, I think, RTG. I think RTG, because they're going to hear these shots over here, and they're not too far. They're going to have the opportunity to gatekeep guns, gatekeep Frozen, as they're doing nice little donuts right there in celebration. Because RTG, 18 points. 18 points behind that first place spot, Alpha 7.
Aww.
Danny going out.
Danny's sad.
Punches, yeah.
Danny's sad.
Danny donating a point right there.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
man.
it's the last one here. Loca Nostra, that, Great Britain team. GG's to them. Joining Chivas and UDR Killers. They'll be just chilling, sitting back and watching with us, the fans, during this last game. Looking towards Guns. Once more on the outside. You talked about it. RTG is the squad a lot of these teams are going to be rotating into as this next circle has almost finished centering up. Munir actually ended up going down way out in the blue, so it's just down to Desha. Desha, who almost clutched that 1v4. And oh, Dave.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Konina Power, they don't necessarily need to move, right? They could play down there if they want to. They are in the next zone, technically, right? But
there's that compound, though, in the middle of it. Whoever gets there first, that's what I'm looking at. If I'm Alpha 7, you make that send. You go right now. There's one really good compound out in this field, and that's about it.
These hills at RTG are playing pretty strong. Not going to be the next zone, but they could hold back just a little bit. Scout it out. Maybe get some kill points as we're checking in with Guns. Oh, we're checking in with Guns as they're checking out of the lobby. Another team, though. Another team.
We're checking out with Guns, yes.
Another team. They had a phenomenal day here today. You can't discount it. They weren't doing too hot, and they come into today on 19 kill a game, setting a record. That Guns that everybody was expecting. So RTG, this is what I was talking about. This hill.
Yep.
Able to do some scouting over here. Carry boy trying to get a couple points on the board. Definitely putting in some damage on a clash. Not able to connect though.
Beautiful tap fire. Beautiful tap fire with that DP at range. And it's funny, Dave. It's Guns and Ghost, the two teams that we had such high expectations for coming into the start of the weekend, who underperformed. Both showed up today. Guns looking to finish in 9th place potentially here. Ghost up at 6, potentially higher, as Alpha 7 is crashing into Destiny. This is the fight we predicted to happen. Fresh just gets clobbered. Carrillo, no hesitation. And just like this, Destiny is going to have to try and change theirs because they are down to a scrap. The last player. And Swave once again with that mini out in a field on the very edge, but he is not alone.
Fresh took that bait. He took that bait. He saw the buggy drive by. Alpha 7 know exactly what they're doing. We see the kill feed. Tensa, Scar, getting into an engagement with Clash out there. Ooh, eliminating Clash. But a big story. RTG. They're looking to get some points here. El Chapo still alive. RTG 4 up, actually, right now. This is good.
Is very good. They did a good job of keeping the suppressing fire down on those teams who were pushing in front of them, but then they rotated up around on the outside using the terrain to their advantage. Maybe not that much so, as Chapo did end up dropping. Nice headshot that just completely shut them down, forced them to rethink the fight, and Chapo gets confirmed. Yekta, who has been an absolute monster all weekend long, comes in clutch and takes out one of the key players for RTG. Their chances of overtaking first place, Dave, they're starting to slip away.
Yeah, this is the 3rd and 4th place team fighting it out right now. 7 kills already on the side of Turkey. We can't discount them. If they take out RTG right here, that might open up that 3rd place slot, which will guarantee $80,000. So 4th place, $50,000. 3rd place, $80,000. So that's a big chunk of change to donate to their desired charities. 7 kills so far. If they can continue to gatekeep RTG, well, that might just punch their ticket for some additional money.
NK not pulling the trigger there. Morocco and Turkey battling it out right here. Nihat needs to be cautious. Marshall finding this angle, can't quite get the shots down. Scooter up on the top of the hill, but they know exactly where these players are. A well-primed grenade could spell disaster for multiple members of Next Re. It all comes down to this one. Misplay! No, but they predicted he bounced it off the rock, but the fight is still one absolutely massive. Frozen going for the UMP, going to try and continue to take this down. Carry Boy's last one left up for the team, up on the high ground. The rest of the team is going to try and storm him in. It all comes down to this. Can he win the chow? Can he keep his team alive and in this? No, he cannot! As Frozen just goes huge.
Adam, the 3 times MVP from Turkey, coming in clutch right there at the end, trying to secure their squad some additional money in those coffers. We'll have to check back in with them because Konina Power currently looking for 10 points to match Alpha 7. Looking to grab that 1st place spot. Well, trying to clear out these compounds. Onyx right next door.
And right now, I mean, we thought it was all about the battle of 1st and 2nd, but 3rd and 4th is still there. Next Re Gaming, 10 points already, Dave. That brings them almost up to RTG, who got basically nothing. Who got 2 points in that last one. As Konina Powers continue to try and rack up the points here. The first opening nade knock into Onyx. They're chasing them up the stairs. Ring around the Rosie. What can you do? Absolutely nothing. Is Gonzo is relentless. What a machine. They just do not looking like the Terminator coming in there.
I'll be back. That's what they said. This is a big game for a lot of teams. Konina Power already a couple kills. It's going to be a close race. Alpha 7 with a couple kills. This is a huge fight right here. This is a huge fight. 1st and 4th place.
Alpha 7, though, forced out from that compound that they were potentially looking at as the circle did shift further south. So those teams that were holding onto the edge of the apartment buildings doing work. But Alpha 7, they're in a really rough spot. They are very exposed, Dave. They have this little defilade, this little dip. That's what they're playing around with here. And I need to calm down because this game is absolutely hype. Sam getting knocked with a nade. All those teams fighting in apartments in North George, Dave. It is an absolute bloodbath.
Gonna be Turkey and Brazil right here. Alpha 7 playing this one a little slow. They do have this dip to work with. They got a couple smokes, couple vehicles, but if Turkey can gatekeep them and take them out, and if Konina Power can continue to survive, well, we might see some changes in the overall leaderboard. Oh, but Frozen pushing uphill onto Ghost. Ghost looking to get involved.
Yeah, Ghost is huge. They've already got enough points to pass 19 Esports. They're looking to continue to get those kill points in their pockets, absolutely secure it. But they're potentially exposed up on the hill. They need to be cautious. Beowulf doing some scouting, spots Alpha 7 out in the distance. This next circle is going to be huge. Alpha 7 gets it! They're still going to have to move, but the least of any team in the circle. The problem is, Dave, look at this circle. It's just a field. There's nowhere to hide. There is no cover. So this all comes down to how much damage you can do before you push on it. And that's what we're seeing right here is Ghost is putting the hurt onto 19 Esports. Everybody is getting involved. You've got to take the fight now so you can look towards that next rotation.
This is crazy. Konina Power, they need to win the fight against Argentina Team Queso. Then over here, we got Turkey trying to keep Brazil pinned down. But then USA, Ghost Gaming, trying to keep their brothers Canada, trying to take them out. We got 9 teams remaining. Like you said, open field. The wheat field, we're going to come down to that snake battle once again, but some of these squads, they do still have these vehicles in play that they can use to build their cover, and we've seen it come in clutch here today so far as we start to see the smoke deployed from Turkey.
Hario goes up first, and Atexa to follow. Alpha 7 already have 5 kills, going to continue to extend the lead as Ghost Gaming in the sights of Konina Power. This is huge because they have already brought 6 kill points. They're chasing each other, Dave. The final sprint, we've had a marathon all weekend long, but it comes down to who can get the kills, who can make it happen. 19E was the team to survive, to push their way out, but now they are being sized up by Konina Power. A nice little snack on the outside of this, but up on the high ground, this last little cliff overlooking it as Team Queso is flanking Alpha 7. This could be disastrous for them. They have so many angles they have to try and cover, but they're doing a great job of it here, just holding on as Acer fights back against KP.
Woo, there we go. Gonzo showing up with the DP, trying to get some kill points. 7 so far. Nomi knocked and bleeding on out. They do have that terrain. They should be able to get the pickup, but you call it. Team Queso right behind Alpha 7. Alpha 7 right now, they are focused across the zone, across the way. They do get flash in the process. Now they are aware, but these teams are just crashing on top of each other. This terrain, this final zone is going to be deadly.
It already is. Ghost Gaming stabilizing, as it looks like 19 Esports will be eliminated. Very good chance that USA passes Canada at the final hurdle. I'll cry about it later as Ghost Gaming is full sending it now. Oh, but they hit the deck. They don't want to feed over any more of these kill points, Dave. They're looking for a 3rd chicken dinner in a row, but Konina Power are looking for something so much more. They're looking to pass Alpha 7 for that 1st place spot as the nades are starting to fly.
Look who we have alive. We got 1st place, we got 2nd place, and 4th place still alive. And of course, Ghost Gaming looking to get their 3rd chicken dinner here today. Talk about those point sponges. Well, they're all soaking up these points here this game. Oh, as I said, send a text to spot and tagged right there. Uh-oh, uh-oh.
Uh-oh, indeed. Oh, as we're seeing Gonzo. More shots coming in as well. May look to ditch the backpack soon because it's making him exposed a little bit too far. Oh, just barely able to get around that little ridge. But Spec high off that victory in that last game comes in and says absolutely not. Ghost realize this is their time. That's just taking a ton of damage, but actually the off angle here could shoot them in the back. Spec is going to go down. Bale's going to turn, try and find the angle, and can do so. This is huge. Konina Power on the edge of going down. Can Bale find the shots? It all comes down to this. Beowulf needs to win this fight, and he does. North America steps up. Konina Power steps out, and now this is Alpha 7's tournament to win.
The Dragon Slayer Bale. I heard that S12. Bah, 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 and finally able to take out Team Queso. Now Alpha 7 using this moment to spring the trap, pop up from their snaking rolls, and try to get some kill points. 7 points already on a squad from Brazil.
Konina Power have 14, but I think now with the damage done, with Ghost taking them out, and with these kills being secured here by Alpha 7, it's basically all over but the crying, as they have been able to survive through so much. Let these other teams cannibalize each other. The points just keep rolling in. The top 3 now, as it all comes down to this. Ghost Gaming, Alpha 7, Next Ria Gaming, teams from all over the world competing here for a good cause in these final few circles, but Alpha 7 looking nigh undeniable with 4 players left alive.
4 players, 11 kills. You have to assume Turkey overlapped Morocco here in this game, RTG. They did a phenomenal job. As I say that, Alpha 7, here it goes.
And Bayo drops after all this, the nade, the final push, and this is gonna be it. What better way to close this out? What better way to secure the victory than with a chicken dinner for Alpha 7? a chicken dinner here at the end to make sure that they get it done when it matters most. No one is going to pass them. No one is going to usurp them. They are going to be your champions here, Dave. Absolutely phenomenal at the PUBG Mobile World Invitational. They are your champions.
What a way to finish off the entire event here. Alpha 7 putting on a clinic, putting on a show, and closing things out and proving they are the best team in the West. 7, it's not fair. You celebrated early. You had Brazilian barbecue last night, and it must have been a sign for the Brazilians as they take home the $250,000 for the charity of their choice. And what a game, honestly. We had so many things happening. We had RTG, Kanina power up against Ghost fighting against 19 Esports as well. So many people in the last few seconds, in the last few moments, trying to move up those rankings.
I think there has never been such a perfect match from a team that's in first place. You called it, Frost. Kanina Power, especially with that plane path too, Kanina Power was going to hot drop on Alpha 7. I felt like Alpha 7 might have realized that. They decided to go military, and then from military, they were still looking to get people. They ended up, I don't even remember, I'm just so hyped right now that they ended up pretty much bridge camping Rod. They were able to secure a kill with perfect team chemistry right there. Then they were able to rotate all the way east to the north. It was just such an insane rotation, and every single time they actually got a chance to get into a fight, they were just going for it. And right here, I mean, at the end, we saw Kanina Power, we saw Fasha being able to use that thumb hit of his, and I mean, it was just close. It was close all the way to the end, but after all, guess what? Alpha 7, I was eating Brazilian steakhouse last night, drinking some caipirinha. Somebody came to my ear and said, pick Alpha 7 for tomorrow. They won, baby. They won.
Alpha 7 managed to prevail, and they're gonna get that sweet, sweet win. The only team with 4 chicken dinners, and as you said, what a way they played out this game. I mean, from the start there to that rotation, the long rotation on the east side, out in the blue, coming up on the north side, taking full control over the north side of the circle, and basically from there, nobody could contest them. Time after time after time, they just took team after team after team out, making sure that they had that control their whole game, and they didn't let down anyone. Man, what a way they wanted to end this tournament. Just amazing to see.
Speaking of thumbheads, let's lick our fingers and turn the page of this conversation, head on over to our overall standings to see where all the other teams did place, because obviously it's not just about Alpha 7, the other teams as well ranking up, especially Ghost Gaming today, really shooting up through the rankings, sitting at like about 13th place throughout this event. They get into a 5th place finish, moving up 7 placings.
Ghost Gaming. I mean, listen, I was hoping this would happen. I was saying it was an embarrassing tournament thus far. And boys, I'm glad you turned it over. Beowulf, Spec, Tensa, HH24 being able to get the bragging rights for North America, baby. USA in 5th place. That's going to be so great for them. And also, I mean, 90 placement points, 90 kill points. Can you be even more even than that? 2 chicken dinners back-to-back too today. And let's go up a little bit more. RTG. I mean, at the end there, we kind of got the fight that we wanted, right, Frost? Between RTE and Nextria, and Nextria was actually able to propel themselves to that 3rd place, and I feel like they deserve that too, Frost.
Yeah, that was such an amazing comeback from Nextria. That last game, I mean, they're getting overshadowed by Alpha 7, but what a game from Nextria. Already from the start, they were just going super aggressive and just went for every fight they could because they knew we need to get those points if we want to move up on the leaderboard. And what a fight they gave everybody there. Them getting themselves 12 kills in this game. But yeah, Ghost Gaming, they had 96 points today. That's the second best day we've seen so far here in this tournament. I mean, that is just some impressive stuff. Moving up 7 slots, starting in on a 12th place and now moving up in the end to a 5th place. That is amazing to see.
if I'm not mistaken, with that kind of performance today alone, as we're going to be going towards the second page, Ghost Gaming is at least able to secure $80,000 for their charity on top of now the 5th place that they've been able to secure as well, which is going to be $35,000. Great day for Ghost Gaming. You guys deserve it. But then we go here towards the second page. We have Guns Esports, 141 points. We expected a lot more out of this team. We saw flashes of greatness. I feel like this will definitely be a huge experience for them. Same with Raw, too, being able to perform here and there. This team, I mean, that was one of my surprises. Even though they ended up in 10th place, I really thought they were going to end up still within the 15 to 16, and they decided to shock me. And then a huge surprise here for me, all these teams, man, all these teams that I've been talking about throughout the weekend. Team Queso, baby. Let's go, Queso. You guys at least pushed themselves up to 11th place, far away as possible from that 16th place, and being able to secure extra cash for your charity of your choice. Clash there in 12th place, 106 points, and we go down. La Conostra, 89 points, and then Godsend, 83 points. And Team Onyx, by the way, shout out to Team Onyx. They were able to get a chicken dinner here on this tournament as well, even though they ended up in 15th place.
Look, hands down props to all of the teams. A lot of them didn't have as much experience as some of the other teams, but still they gave a good fight for all of the teams. They're getting a lot of experience playing on this kind of level because they're not really used to play against some of these teams. But that kind of experience that they're grabbing with them here, that might be the key for them to win a PMPL, to propel themselves up, to be in the PGC. Who knows? We just gotta wait and see.
Well, gentlemen, I want you to keep your eyes forward here as we're about to go into our MVP of the entire event. And and I can't see you, so I don't know what your predictions might be. You could look at another screen.
I'll tell you.
So forget the predictions. We're going to see the MVP of the entire event because I don't trust either of you not cheat about this one. And this winner will get $5,000 for the charity of their choice. And who's it going to be? I would imagine it's got to be coming in from Alpha 7 with the performance they put on throughout this event. And let's find out who it's going to be.
Oh, it's not. It's actually Nomi from Karina Power being able to secure that MVP. Yo, that's actually super impressive. And if I'm not mistaken, Nomi has also been already an MVP on a previous tournament too.
Yeah,
hey,
yeah.
Great show from Nomi.
Yeah, Nomi was actually the MVP of the EMEA Championship just before this. And again, they did not win that one. They got himself a 4th place, but he was still able to pull the stats together and make sure that he got the MVP award. And once again, not winning. They got themselves a 2nd place here. But again, Nomi putting out with that MVP award. It's just amazing to see. What a phenomenal player.
Yeah, fantastic indeed. It's unfortunate for them that they fell a little bit short at the very end of the race and able to pull off the 1st place finish. But again, at least they get the experience up against these international teams. They get to take this back with them, look to prepare even further on into the next PMPL and, of course, the PMGC at the very end of the year. But as you mentioned before, 7 teams throughout each day, the best performing teams will be getting themselves $80,000 for the charity of their choice. We're going to take a look at which teams won out on each day. I would imagine Cloud9 definitely have it here for day 4 so they can come out with their heads held extremely high as they're looking to donate over $100,000 for themselves. We're going to see Destiny on... Actually, they didn't even get it? Oh, they did it today. Ghost. In my head, I'm thinking Cloud9. Destiny on day 1, pulling out big with 66 points. Kanina Power day 2 with 67. RTG with 100 points on day 3. And Ghost, you know, if you perform like this every single day, we could have been talking about you taking the title and the $250,000. But at least they come out on one of the days with 96 points.
They were smurfing. That's what they were doing. Ghost Gaming was smurfing the whole tournament. It was the last day. They were like, you know what? We saw RTG get 100 points yesterday. I think we can try to match that. 96 points. I mean, that's huge. Overall, I think this is exactly what I was expecting out of Ghost. This is a team that I follow a lot because I do a lot of the Americas events too. And this is what we know they're capable of, and this is what they were hoping at least the fans will remember. And I know a lot of fans were disappointed of how they were playing, especially they're representing the United States. They wanted to leave a good image, and guess what? They were able to, and they were able to get bragging rights too from 19 Esports. 19 Esports thought they were going to be getting the 5th place, and go say, you know what? Not so fast. We're still here.
Well,
One thing's for sure. Oh, sorry, go on.
No, you have to finish because I was about to close the whole show. So go ahead. This is your last chance.
Even though we saw Ghost only getting that 5th place overall, but one thing is for sure, they're getting a lot of experience with someone hot dropping them in Pochinki every game like that. That's something you're gonna bring with you to the next tournament and moving beyond. So you're gonna know how to play that out next time. And you could see that in the last game, how they were not going for the drop in the center and taking that fight head on, but instead they were going on the outskirts, making sure that they had the upper hand. They would just herd them together and try to make something out of it, and that's what you want to see from a team like Ghost Gaming.
Bro, something I do need to mention too, since you're mentioning there the hot drop and the experience that Ghost is able to gather, we have to give it some props to Alpha 7, the whole team overall. We usually talk about just Carrillo being the star player of that team, but in this tournament, we saw some huge players step up. We saw Mafios being able to carry the team on a certain day. We saw Revu being able to get one of the best performances, solo performances from a player this tournament, and then Sinatexa, even though he did start slow, he was able to pick it up and improve more than just the support role he was having. He was actually able to frag out too. So overall, Alpha 7, I'm pretty sure after this tournament, a lot of teams are going to start looking at their individual players.
Well, gentlemen, that means we are done with the entire event. But I want to give you both a quick little chance to give any shout-outs or anything you want to say before we do end off the show. So, Frost, we'll start with you. We'll go to 7, and then we'll close things out.
It's just been a few amazing days here that we've been able to see all these kind of PUBG Mobile games, how good they've been. We have a lot of up and downs from a lot of the teams, but in the end, there's been a lot of money going to charity, to good causes, and that is the best thing with the whole weekend, I'd say.
Exactly. I couldn't agree more, Frost. It is a win-win situation here for everybody, and hopefully we are able to get those vaccines out. Jason, I am so happy to be working with you again, man. Hopefully we get to work again in the future because I miss you, brother. You're an absolute machine, being able to work 2 shows in one day, and I cannot wait to see what's going to happen in PMGC. $6 million? Are you kidding me? Whew.
A lot of money on the line, a lot of pride on the line when we do get to that coming up in November and December. But I once again want to give a shout out to you two for joining me here on the show. A big shout out to Mustache David and Viram as well, who brought you all the action over these last 4 days. And also a massive, huge shout out to the ESL production crew here who have been working nonstop for 6 weeks to bring you all of this action and make sure every game is covered and we get the highest quality content we possibly can. So from everyone here on the show, we appreciate you all watching. And we hope to see you guys next time for some more PUBG Mobile action.